What's going on, everybody? Oh, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I do apologize for my lateness. I told you guys yesterday I ordered some groceries and it never showed up. So I had to figure out what happened and reorder them all over again. Can't believe it. I'm one of those bargain shoppers. I love coupon codes and coupons and stuff like that. And that's what, yeah, it takes a minute. But I got behind and I'm sorry. I apologize to all of you all that were waiting. But I appreciate you all for being here and tuning in. My bad. Somebody said she be late. I try my best not to be. But I do apologize. I do apologize. It just took me a lot longer than I expected. How y'all doing? I hope all is well. I hope you guys had a good week. Hope it's nice outside. You guys can get out and enjoy it. I'm getting started a little early today. Because I want to take my time with this Candace video. We have two videos I definitely want to check out from Paramount Tactical. One of them dealing with, this cult of personality that I've been telling you all about for months with Candace, because she's a whole cult leader. And then there's a second video he did where he's debunking these Egyptian planes. And I have another video from Who Do You Mean? What Do You Mean? Is What Do You Mean? And he did a video yesterday I thought was very interesting. The title can be off-putting if you're not paying attention, I guess. If you just look at the title, you'll be like, oh, hell no, I ain't watching this. But what he says in it is very, very insightful. And hopefully something that Turning Point thinks about prior to their so-called debunking on Monday. Because Candace is a narcissist and they just need to know how to be able to just, everything about her is a PR stunt, right? It's all about framing for her and how she puts things out there and how long she's been hammering and repeating things over and over again. She's like the female version of Umar Johnson, except he's broke and, she's married with 4 kids. Like it's the personalities, with them are very, 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 very similar and aligned. They both have a following that are diehard and loyal. I don't ever try to convince cult members of anything. I think that the horrible approach is to try to get them to change their mind about something. You'll never be able to prove anything to them or convince them of anything. They have to come to that on their own. And what I like about What Do You Mean is that he actually kind of repeats that and has a great way of putting it in his video presentation so that people can understand this is not, if they respond and just go in with hardcore facts and evidence, you got to remember you're dealing with a cult. They don't really care about facts and evidence. They don't care about, you showing what she's wrong about, what she's lied about. They don't care about that because they don't accept anything unless it comes from her. The only way you can teach someone who's a narcissist is to first, don't let them feel like they got power. And secondly, if you're going to show any information, then you have to phrase it in a question where you're saying, like I always ask, Candace, where's the FBI text message you said you sent? I mean, no one owes her anything. That's the thing. No one owes her evidence. No one owes her an explanation. Where is the information on these so-called transactions from Club Descent? Like, it needs to be a challenge to where you're saying to her, we're not going to sit here and try to appease you. We're not doing that. You can get that from your cult. You're supposed to be looking at this, talking about you're allegedly investigating while you're impersonating investigators. Why don't you tell us who the shooter is? That's the only way to really handle that. Because otherwise, when you're sitting here trying to prove a point to a narcissist, you're just feeding it to their ego. And then they take whatever you say and they twist it up either way. So this is what I'm so happy that was addressed in this video, and I'm not the only one saying it. I'm not alone. And then we have some information on cult personality, and Paramount Tactical does a great job. Him and his guest. I don't know who the young lady is. I've never heard her, but we're gonna check that out. So I'm excited. I'm excited of people finding out more of what's going on and being able to decipher for themselves. I give you all the information, and then I let you all, kind of choose what you want to do with it from there, as it should be, right? And so that's what we're going to do here. Oh man. Okay, so let me pull this up. This is who do you mean? He has a great video. I mean, he got over 61,000 views on it. He has 561,000 supporters. He does great content. I think this is maybe the second, third video I've seen of his, and I've been able to feature in mine, because he has great information, and it's well done. It's broken down and well done. So before we get to that, let's get comments in. Oh man, Mister, what's going on, honey? Y'all hit that like button for me. Let me know what number like you are, just like Mister did. Tell me what number like you are. Hit that like button. We get, because like buttons are important. YouTube makes you earn it. It's YouTube so cheap. Hit the like button for me, and I appreciate it. Keep this video up in the algorithm, because no one makes videos for people not to watch it. Yeah, the code is so stupid. They say that all the time. Oh, you just want people to watch your video. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Candace wants a whole PR stunt, whatever. So if you guys have seen the thumbnail, I tried to be as historically accurate as I could with some of the other figures throughout history who had what you call a cult of personality. So, because we got to be accurate like that, Candace. You can't make this up. Why did she do a show yesterday? She put her ass on Twitter and just going off in the post and didn't do a show. You might as well just come on and just say everything you're trying to say, girl. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure right quick before we get some more comments in. Who's excited about Monday? The CBS report's supposed to be coming out at some point today, so we'll go over that in a separate live. I'm excited about Monday. I'm just excited because I know what I'm expecting out of it. Hopefully they have plenty of receipts. And for Candace, they're gonna have to flip the script on her, and they're gonna have to do it strategically, to where after all the stuff she's been saying, they can phrase it in a way to where she doesn't care about their emotions, and they shouldn't care about hers. It's not saying that you hate somebody. It just means I don't really, facts don't care about your feelings. So I don't care how cult members feel or what they think. I just don't, because there's a lot of things that they have to just realize first before they understand why I say this. Otherwise, you're just feeding into that nonsense. Oh man, what's going on, everybody? How you doing, Dana? How you doing? Movie King, what's going on? Francisca, shout out to my moms. Shout out to all the members. Thank you guys so much for supporting me here. I've been working on editing some of the longer live streams, so you should see some videos going up soon in the members only, for the members. So if you're not a member, consider becoming a member, and then that way you can enjoy some of the shorter clips and videos, because it is easier just to do a live stream and keep rolling. But I do understand that some people just want it shortened and condensed, and it's the 4-hour long live streams is just not always. It's not for everybody. It's an acquired taste. It's an acquired taste. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Yuck 2.0 said, hey, hello, good people of the LLC. Hope everyone is blessed and well. Everybody speak to everybody. Good morning, Colleen. How you doing? I want to make sure I get everybody in here. She be late. Yeah, sometimes it happens, Dana. I apologize. Candace is supposed to be on Piers Morgan again next week. I hope he just chew her out. He's already told her she's not an investigative journalist. He was right. She's not. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Happy Saturday. What's going on, Heather? I see you all up in here. Susie, hit the like button for me, you all. Thank you so much as you come in. Let me know what number like you are. Let's see. I don't know exactly what time that CBS thing is supposed to air. You guys know? Can someone tell me what time that CBS interview is supposed to be posted up? And I hope it's actually viewable. It's not something where you got to go on a subscription page under CBS. Like, come on, CBS. Y'all know darn well ain't nobody paying for that. Some people might pay for it, but I know I'm not. So hopefully it's something they can just, air on or post up on YouTube and be done with it. What's going on, Mila? How you doing? Oh man, everybody up in here. I think she's a narcissist and a sociopath. What's worse is they attract the same. Exactly. Exactly. I will never harass a widow. I've read my Bible. I know, right? Child. Brown one-eyed girl. Hi, how you doing? Everybody up in here. Shout out to all my mods up in here. I appreciate you all. Unless the comments from the cult members and the bots are, slurs, extraordinarily derogatory, defamatory, blasphemous, just let them ride. They're gonna cry and whine about everything. They don't believe they're in a cult, so I expect them to be offended. They come in at their own peril. They know I don't care. That's why they come back. They seem to enjoy this stuff. Oh man, can't make this up. She can only sit on the top for so long. She will fall hard. People will start digging deeper into her life, and I bet there's a lot to uncover with her and George. Yeah, Boys Club. When are you going to respond to the allegation brought forth against you from another man about SA? I mean, I don't expect Candace to respond to that because she cares more about her image than she does about you. But at some point, Boys Club, you're going to have to snap out of it. At some point. He's probably just there for the kids at this point. He's got to be sitting around smoking a cigar and just saying, I'm just here for the children. If that. And then he told her no for Monday, so who knows? Who knows? And some parts of me just want to believe Candace because she always lied about that as well. Perhaps George did not tell her no. Perhaps he said, I don't care. And he kept living. And then she got mad because, she felt like, well, why you sound like you don't even care? And then so, of course, she gets on her show and lies like hell and says, well, he instantly told me no. And he's sitting behind the camera, like rolling his eyes because he know in his mind, I told her I don't care. That sounds about right to me. It just sounds like more of what happened. And she probably wants him to care or be more jealous. And who knows? And he's like, I'm going to the Boys Club. That Army video was on point. Oh, man, you can't make this stuff up. That was funny. Heather said, live stream on Monday isn't about changing Candace's mind. It's so publicly debunked the lies she is. So, yeah, exactly. That's why that's why I was like, it's more of a debunking video or live stream than anything. They don't need to go about it trying to convince her of that. And the way they phrase the information, she failed to go out there in person, so she's a coward. Because Candace, you could go face Erica Kirk face to face, Helpful, and you don't want to do that. You scared to do it. You said George Boys Club told you no, even though we all know he probably didn't. But let's say he did. Why would you just take that and run with it? And then whine and cry through a tantrum for the remaining, 45 minutes on your show? She said that within the first 5 or 10 minutes of her episode. He said no. He instantly said no. And if I have to go to the high Supreme Court of George, maybe I can convince him. He doesn't care. George is like, look, the Boys Club is coming from the UK. Bye. Bye, dear. Just leave my cigars. He doesn't give a damn. She's trying to, like, the stupidest reason she could find to pull out of it. She found it. And he's just not debunking it. He's not coming out and saying, I never told her no. I told her I didn't care. It might be one of my birthdays. Who knows? Who knows? But our friends coming from other countries. I don't care. I don't care, dear, what you do. Ah, man. My UK accent is going to get better. I think it's getting close. We're getting close. Lady Luck, Artie Trolls and Tim Pool made a video that CEO hated Charlie Kirk because he died. What? Candace Owens hated Charlie Kirk because he died? Artie did a video showing how they unfriended each other. Oh, I think we did go over that video. Shout out to you, Lawyer Love. How you doing? I think we did go over that video. I think I covered that one. Yeah. Either I saw it or I covered it, but I did see that video. Did we go over that? Y'all let me know if we covered that in the last live stream. Because we covered a few videos yesterday. I mean, at least 3 or 4 different ones. We even looked at Gray Hughes Investigates. So, just so that you guys can understand the art of DNA collection all over the campus. Because they had to collect a lot of it. I mean, there's no way that boy got off that rooftop like that the way he did, and he didn't leave a lot of DNA behind. Probably cut his hands up. So that's some DNA. It's crazy. Cults don't understand, things that intellectually make sense. Like they don't read, they don't try to advance their vocabulary and comprehension. They just believe whatever the cult leader says. And we're going to take a look at that information. Let's get to it. And that is the link for who do you meme? Why is that so hard for me to say? That's the video link there. You guys can go check him out. If I can get a mod to drop the YouTube channel link in, I would appreciate that. Maybe Candace is under MK Ultra via her husband and his family, and they are aristocracy. I'm sorry, aristocracy and all those rituals they do. Child, who knows? That stuff goes deep too. They have stuff they do that go back for centuries. Candace doesn't know what she married into. She didn't care. She does know that he had over $180 million at minimum. She does know that. 18 days? Oh, yeah. It was a whirlwind romance. We had no romance. None. There was absolutely no romance. You can't make this up. Not even one damn date. You can't make this up. I hope Erica has an attorney or two present to explain the law and constitution, how Candace is violating it. Yeah, I mean, the CIA should be there saying, we're going to be looking into filing a complaint against Candace for, abusing our logo and the likeness and image of such to make money. So she should look forward to that. If they respond on anything, this same government she doesn't trust. Yeah, trust that they could probably sue you. And they should. They should sue her. Because no one else would be able to do that and get away with it. No one. So they should sue her. You've been making how much money off of our logos? Oh, okay. And you impersonating an investigator? Oh, even better. We'll sue you on all that. Just, hit her in the pockets. That's where it's going to hurt. Her and Boys Club. Because it's your money too, George. They're not going to stop at the $5 million they think she made. No, they look at the collective income of the household. Oh, yeah. George, they will come for your money, too. I don't care how much you think you got. That's why I'm like, more than likely, he's definitely pissed about this Macron lawsuit. Because even if it's $10-15 million, it's still more than what Candace could ever, put forth on her own and be able to recover and bounce back. Let's just imagine she was by herself and she earned $10 million. They took that would be it for her. He would not be bankrupt. George would not be bankrupt. He's got 180. So there's no bankrupting him on that. But he sees that her stuff is starting to impact his money. He'll probably just say, put the camera down, go make me a sandwich, and do not come back until my sandwich is done. Make me two. Like this. he's gonna have to tell her to cut the crap and talk about something else. Like, it would come down to that. You're starting to cost us both money. Talk about another subject. Like, George, you're gonna have to become the man of the house for once. You're gonna have to grow a spine and let them so-called balls you guys drop. You're gonna have to let them descend. You can't sit here and keep being coward behind the camera. You better do something, because she about to cost you some money. I saw this. Very good. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much. We up in here. We up in here. I want to make sure I get some more comments in, and we're gonna get started. What do you mean? Yes, we're gonna get to it. So if you guys haven't heard of him, go check him out. Very good content creator. Great way of dissecting and putting information together. And once you guys can hear, put a 1 in the chat. Let's get to it.
TPUSA has a big problem, and it's about to get worse. When Candace Owens first suggested that TPUSA was involved in a cover-up around Charlie Kirk's murder, most people didn't take it seriously. But just 3 months later, the tide has now turned, and now TPUSA has lost public trust. But on Monday, they're finally responding, and they've promised to set the record straight. They even challenged Candace to come debate them live in person, and a lot of people think that this is where TPUSA ends the conspiracies with facts. But I don't think that's going to happen, because the reason why Candace won so many people over in the first place had very little to do with the facts and everything to do with how she framed the conversation before the facts were ever heard. So in this video, I'm going to show you the framing tactics that Candace is using. Then I'll explain what I believe is the only approach TPUSA can take if they want to have any chance of persuading people who currently believe Candace. You see, this right here is the reason why facts alone won't matter on Monday.
There's nobody that has the capacity to get me to shut up about this except for Erica Kirk. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop. I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet.
But then Erica did say to stop.
Podcaster Candace Owens. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies.
Did y'all peep that? She had that big smile on her face, and then it was just like, ugh. Lord have mercy. That's how you know that someone is just utterly disgusted with you. You think Candace cares? No. She doesn't care. Not one time has Candace said anything along the lines of, I have to consider the 2 minor children that Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk shared together. And as a mother, I have to think about what I say impacting those kids. She doesn't even care about the children. Because if she did, she would think twice about some of this stuff when they're catching death threats and kidnapping threats, which is not hard to believe. One of the cult members got froggy and sat here and said something about me paying a price one way or the other in my chat. So if random content creators are getting threats in their chats, it's not hard to believe that the children are also catching threats. Sadistic, sick people out there in the world that are evil and soulless, just like Candace Owens, and could care less about the children. They attack Erica and forget that she's a mother. They probably would attack the children if you gave them the opportunity. That's why I could give a crap about how this cult thinks or feels about anything. Because none of them are thinking about those kids. None of them think. Perhaps they see these videos and they look at the chat and they see what people are saying about their mom. They never think about that. They're soulless, evil entities. They don't care, which is why I don't care how they think or feel until they start thinking about the children first. You don't have to like Erica Kirk. No one is mandating that. But the things that you say will have an impact on those children because they're not going to be shielded from YouTube forever.
That Candace is using. Then I'll explain what I believe is the only approach TPUSA can take if they want to have any chance of persuading people who currently believe Candace. You see, this right here is the reason why facts alone won't matter on Monday.
There's nobody that has the capacity to get me to shut up about this, except for Erica Kirk. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop. I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will.
She said if she asks me to be quiet, if she asks me to stop, not stop lying. You're listening to what she's saying. This is what I mean by cult mentality. You really think that you're going to change somebody's mind when they're still, even though they're hearing their cult leader say stop, not stop lying, because, you know, you want to be technical with words. You're hearing the same thing here, and they still copy and paste. You don't get to change, like, there's no change in the mind of a brainwashed cult member. This is an example of that. This comment right here. They hear what they want to hear. They read what they want to read, if they read it all. Even words coming out of their cult leader's mouth, you know, because these people are comparing her to Jesus Christ now. So even with the words that she speaks, she never said, stop lying. She said, stop. They won't even trust their own cult leader as to what she said herself. Funny how that works. Funny how the cult leader is saying, if she tells me to stop, I'll stop. Never said, if she tells me to stop lying, I'll stop lying. She never said that. And we just heard that video, right? The cult doesn't even trust their own cult leaders. They're so conspiratorial, they can't even trust what their own cult leader said. You know, Candace is going to give you 5 lashings for that.
Erica Kirk. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop. I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet.
But then Erica
She even said, be quiet. She even said, shut up. The cult leader is going to severely punish you for not repeating exactly what she said. How dare your brain rot sit here and misquote your cult leader? You can't make this up.
say to stop.
Podcaster Candace Owens. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies. What do you want to say to her?
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
And instead of stopping, Candace doubled down. And the reason why she's able to get away with this is because of her framing. Before Erica even sat down at Fox News, Candace has already spent months building a very specific frame. And nearly everyone who was connected to Charlie before his death is positioned as suspicious. And that matters because a frame doesn't change what people hear. It changes how they hear everything that comes after the framing. So when Erica finally spoke,
I already made it clear. I have a disclaimer. I don't care about how the cult members think or feel. So that means you definitely don't get to dictate what I say on my channel. And I know you're going to say, I'm leaving, you know, because, you know, tantrum and all. And then they come right back under a different profile name because bots do that. Cult members and bots do that. Yeah, they're here for the banter.
Publicly, Candace's audience didn't hear a widow defending her team. They heard exactly the frame that she trained them to hear.
Yep.
Guilt.
My silence does not mean that I am complacent. When you go after the people that I love, because somehow they're in on this, this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a duty to my husband, and it's an absolute honor, and I will never back down. And so my message to them is to stop.
This is why her audience didn't flinch when Candace described Erica's interview like this.
Whoa! Whoa! Erica Kirk shuts down. Look at no, she didn't even.
She lost her mind. You're going to get a psych eval hit your way, girl. Candace, you're acting like a 2-year-old. You're a clown. You're a cult leader. You're brainless. And brain rot, by the way, is what Charlie Kirk referred to Candace Owens and those who think like her as. Brain rot. Did someone post a link to that video where Charlie Kirk called Candace Owens and people who think like her brain rot? You know, so they can, maybe at some point they'll start attacking Charlie Kirk, I guess. Who knows? Because they're going to run out of targets soon. He called them brain rot. So all the cult members are brain rot. People who think like Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk said that himself. Brain rot. And then they're sitting here believing her when she says she loves them. Can you believe that?
respond to one of the
Brain rot.
conspiracies. He gave us emotion. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies, because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic.
Okay, now for someone who isn't primed to distrust her, Erica's anger is exactly what she said it was. Genuine frustration with Candace for insinuating that the people that she knows and loves were in on it, and how that's now undermining decades of work that her husband gave his life to build. But Candace's audience wasn't hearing Erica, they were hearing the frame. If Erica is emotional, she's hiding something. And if she's calm, she doesn't care, which means that she's hiding something. And if she pushes back against Candace, she's defensive, which means that she's hiding something. And if she doesn't push back against Candace and she stays silent, that also means that she's hiding something. And meanwhile, Candace's own emotional arguments never register as manipulation because she never framed herself as someone that you should distrust. So on Monday, the same framing is going to apply to TPUSA. If anyone shows sadness, anger, or moral conviction, Candace will interpret it, and her audience will hear it, as emotional manipulation or the lack of self-control, just like how she did with Tim Pool, for example. That's why genuine emotion and the facts are not going to save TPUSA, because their emotions are already framed as guilt.
Yeah, because that's what cult members do. Cult leaders tell you what to think, how to feel, how to take in information. One of the cult members in here can't recognize numbers, because Candace doesn't know the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. That came out of her mouth. Candace said she doesn't know the difference between the number 9 and the letter N. You can't make this up. So her cult members don't understand numbers either. Her cult members don't know what numbers look like. They're showing it. Someone said I have 40 people watching. Where do you see the number 4? Yo, we laugh at the cult members. We don't take them seriously. Clowns.
And if she doesn't push back against Candace and she stays silent, that also means that she's hiding something. And meanwhile, Candace's own emotional arguments never register as manipulation because she never framed herself as someone that you should distrust. So on Monday, the same framing is going to apply to TPUSA. If anyone shows sadness, anger, or moral conviction, Candace will interpret it, and her audience will hear it, as emotional manipulation or the lack of self-control, just like how she did with Tim Pool, for example. That's why genuine emotion and the facts are not going to save TPUSA, because their emotions are...
Yeah, because to her, this is a PR stunt. And she's already trained them. Y'all heard him use that terminology? Trained them on what to hear and think. She trained them to hear. Candace Owens trained her cult on what to hear. He said it so plainly right here. Evidence of a cult. Your cult leader tells you what to do, gives you marching orders, tells you what to hear, tells you what to interpret, tells you what to read, if reading at all. They don't read. So whatever she says, that's what they, even when she says, if Erica Kirk tells me to stop, then I'll stop. Not stop lying, but stop. They still now want to hear stop lying, even though she never said it. See, she trains them on what to hear. And then the cult members and the bots, they take that and they compute that, those words only, and then they copy and paste it everywhere. And then they have a seance where they tell themselves that the same thing over and over again all day so that it can somehow manifest in their alternate reality that's not here on Earth. I don't know where these people are. They can be on Venus, on the moon. Wherever they are in La La Land, that's how they operate. She trains them. Because that's what cult leaders do. They train their cults. They tell their members what to do, what to think, how to live, how to eat, decisions to make, and then weaponizes their fear if they claim to be Christians. And then they end up treating her like Jesus Christ. Never mind the real God that I serve that would consider it to be blasphemous. that has a way of showing you who's God. No. Next thing you know, they're calling her Jesus Christ because they've already started doing that. You can't make this up. She trains them.
Guilt.
My silence does not mean that I am complacent. When you go after the people that I love, because somehow they're in on this, this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a duty to my husband, and it's an absolute honor, and I will never back down. And so my message to them is to stop.
This is why her audience didn't flinch when Candace described Erica's interview like this.
Whoa! Whoa! Erica Kirk shuts down the No, she didn't even respond to one of the
We didn't flinch because she's acting like a 2-year-old toddler. Whoa, I can't have a cookie. Whoa. What do you mean no?
conspiracies. You gave us emotion. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies, because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic.
Okay, now.
Although she has a whole LLC named after her. You know, Candace Owens LLC, which means that she's the owner of that. She's the CEO. Yeah, okay. So Candace, who's already professed to being an alien, is not a woman, is what she's saying. Even though she has Candace Owens LLC. It's not in Boys Club's name. It's in her name. It's hers. But she says women cannot be CEOs, even though she would be CEO of Candace Owens LLC. But since she's saying women cannot be, and she's already said she's an alien, then Candace is an alien. She's confirming it. Thank you. You know, because Candace, we can do this too.
For someone who isn't primed to distrust her, Erica's anger is exactly what she said it was. Genuine frustration with Candace for insinuating that the people that she knows and loves were in on it, and how that's now undermining decades of work that her husband gave his life to build.
Alien.
But Candace's audience wasn't hearing Erica. They were hearing the frame. If Erica is emotional, she's hiding something. And if she's calm, she doesn't care, which means that she's hiding something. And if she pushes back against Candace, she's defensive, which means that she's hiding something. And if she doesn't push back against Candace and she stays silent, that also means that she's hiding something. And meanwhile, Candace's own emotional arguments never register as manipulation because she never framed herself as someone that you should distrust. So on Monday, the same framing is going to apply to TPUSA. If anyone shows sadness, anger, or moral conviction, Candace will interpret it, and her audience will hear it, as emotional manipulation or the lack of self-control, just like how she did with Tim Pool, for example. That's why genuine emotion and the facts are not going to save TPUSA, because their emotions are already framed as guilt. Okay, but next comes the privacy issue, and this is where Candace's framing becomes almost impossible to escape. Watch how a completely normal boundary gets reinterpreted as evidence of wrongdoing. Erica said that she only wanted to keep one thing private, and that's where Charlie was buried.
Can I have one thing? Can my babies have one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying my husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying?
But listen to how Candace reframed that boundary.
You want privacy when you want it, but you want publicity whenever you want it, and that just doesn't work. This is the same person.
No, because we're talking about two totally different things. She's out here promoting a book, not a dead body. But Candace is the one walking around here saying dead people are coming to her in visions. And then talks about Christ as king, even though the Bible is clear on that. Candace, it's witchcraft, you alien. Whatever seance and ritual you do on your home planet, Candace, E.T. phone home. Take that nonsense out of here. Just because you have visions of a deceased person coming to you, telling you everything except who the shooter is, because you still don't know, does not mean that perfect strangers should know where the body of Charlie Kirk is laid. Why? Who asked that? It's not even normal. No one walks up to someone and says, you know, how are you doing? I heard you lost your husband. Where is he buried? Who asks that normally? That's not even normal conversation. It's not even a normal question that people ask someone. If you say that you've lost someone in your life, the first thing is, I'm sorry for your loss. You know, we're praying for you for comfort, for peace. People don't arbitrarily just turn around and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry for that." Where is your husband buried at? Where's his body? Where's his grave? I mean, no one cares if they believe he's dead or not. No one cares about that. You don't cater to the cult. That's what Candace wants you to do, because she trains them on what to hear already. So she wants them to believe that it's part of our investigation that she's impersonating and investigating for, to know where the dead body is, even though the dead person is coming to her in a vision. What difference does it make? You don't need to know where a dead body is laid. None of them are going to go out and confirm it because they won't even go to UVU and confirm anything. Candace won't even go to the UVU campus and follow the trail of the shooter to try to figure out, where these underground tunnels are and how it leads up to some trap door where someone shot Charlie Kirk. Or look at these pipes, reasons. She won't even go tour the campus herself. She's certainly not going to the gravesite of Charlie Kirk. She brings these things up as a moot point. Candace Owens does not care where Charlie Kirk is buried. It is a PR stunt for her. She will never go to the gravesite. She didn't even go to the memorial. And the cult members are going to keep making excuses for her because she trains them on what to hear. She trains them. Hard stop. Candace Owens trains her cult members like they're pets, like dogs. Yeah. And she wants to know where Charlie Kirk's body is. It's in the ground in a casket. Are they going to try to raise him from the dead? I mean, how's this going to go?
Who had somebody record her over Charlie Kirk's casket and to publish his body on Instagram was a decision that was made by Erica. That is an incredibly personal and an incredibly intimate moment that you invited the public into. And now you fast forward 3 months removed and it's why does the public want to know where he's buried? It doesn't work like that.
So for anyone that hasn't...
It does work like that. Why would you use that example to say it doesn't work like that? Candace, here's how things do not work. You don't get to disseminate medical information that was illegally given to you from hospital staff who violated HIPAA privacy laws as a covered entity. And then you took that ER entry to show, Charlie Kirk did go to this hospital. And for what? We know you don't care about the investigation, but what does that tell us? Okay. We expect him to go to a hospital. He was shot. Where else do you think he went? He didn't go to the bar or anything and have a drink. He went to the hospital. So telling us which hospital he went to is irrelevant. If the investigators want to know for the purposes of the murder trial, they'll go get the information, what they need from the hospital with Erica Kirk's consent so that they could get certain medical records like the autopsy, which is going to be used in the murder trial. Other than that, seeing a screenshot of an EMR of him being admitted into the ER was a moot point. No one needed to see that. We learned nothing from that other than him going to that hospital. That would have came out either way when they discussed the autopsy report in the murder trial. We would have found that information out either way. So it was irrelevant for her to even get that. And then to disseminate it without consent from Erica Kirk, because that is a violation of privacy, could make her liable for damages. Erica Kirk could sue her for invasion of privacy of her husband's medical information that was violated by hospital staff when they took the screenshot and sent that email. And then they sent an email that was an internal email from the charge nurse to the medical staff. Standard procedure when you have high-profile individuals come to a hospital. You assign them specific staffs, specific nurses, and ensure that they understand they're not to discuss anything that's going on with this particular patient. because they're high profile. They're a public figure. They're a celebrity, whatever. It happens all the time. It's standard in hospitals. And whomever still sent a screenshot of that email that should not have been released either. That hospital staff should have been fired because they violated HIPAA privacy laws. These are federal laws that protects patient information, whether the person is alive or deceased. That's what the law says. So when Candace Owens acquired that illegally, she did not have the right to disseminate that. And these are things, I'm not saying this for the cult because they don't read. And I've gone over this in a separate video. They don't read it and take in actual information. They're trained to listen to what she says. That's it. That's how it works in a cult. But Candace could get hit with a lawsuit just for that. CMI violations could still hold you liable for damages and for invasion of privacy. No one told Candace to post that up. She chose to do it. She doesn't even vet her tips, so she's not smart enough to know certain information should not be disseminated. But she'll get mad, though, if she got sued for it. You can't make this up.
Listened to Candace and adopted her framing of distrust, this is entirely reasonable. Erica doesn't want strangers with ill intent showing up at the place where her family goes to grieve. And that's not suspicious. It seems like a normal human request. However, inside Candace's framing, any attempt at privacy becomes evidence of a cover-up. And this is exactly why Turning Point can't win on Monday by sharing facts alone, no matter how reasonable. Because while the trial is still ongoing, there will always be information that they can't release. And that means that Candace's audience will hear every withheld detail as confirmation of wrongdoing and every released detail as inconsistent or suspect. Either way.
The thing is, they only hear what she says, and then they still don't hear that correctly either. Because Candace said, if she tells me to stop, then I'll stop. Now they're spreading, like a propaganda machine. The bots are working overtime, trying to push out this narrative. No, if she says stop lying. No, she says stop. She literally said that in at least 2 or 3 videos. Then she said if she tells her to be quiet or shut up, she would do either of those 3 things. She will stop, shut up, or be quiet. Not stop lying. Stop. That came out of Candace's mouth. And the cult's still sitting here disseminating that incorrectly. Oh, because Candace came behind and said, no, stop lying. She's adding into this. And they're just going with that. They're not challenging her on, well, no, that's not what you said previously. Because hive mentality and the cult and everything are scared of the cult leader.
They lose. And this is where Candace's distrust framing becomes truly dangerous. Once the frame is in place, any disagreement is rewritten as proof of corruption or coordination. I mean, I'm not exaggerating when I say just about every single high-profile person that's publicly disagreed with Candace, she's implied that they're either corrupt or that they're in on it. So if you notice, pointing out Candace's errors or questioning her couldn't possibly be because she's wrong, or even because people are tired of watching her literally destroy Charlie's work and hurting other people in the process. Instead, in her framing, disagreement is seen as having nefarious motives. If you correct...
Yeah, because that's what cult leaders do. If you disagree with me, you're attacking me. Y'all notice that? She's like Jim Jones. She's the black female version of Jim Jones. Oh, if you don't agree with me, then you're attacking me. Then you're calling me names. Never mind the stuff she says, leads to death threats and kidnapping threats, because the cult doesn't care about the children at all. That's how soulless they are. That's how soulless and mindless and evil they are, where they don't even think about the children. They're so deadlocked on attacking Erica and trying to push this propaganda from their cult leader. They're not thinking about the kids ever seeing or reading the comments or watching these videos. None of that. These kids are minors. They're innocent. They don't care about adults bickering. They don't understand what a cult is like that yet. They just know that they see somebody in a video talking about their daddy all the time, and now flailing around her arms like a crazy person talking about their mother. That's what they see in here. Their children. You think the cult is going to spare the kids? Hell no. They're evil and soulless and mindless.
They're facts, then you're part of the psyop. And if you challenge her logic, then you're part of the psyop. And even if you mention Candace's name in a negative way, part of the psyop. What we're left with is no scenario where criticism means Candace might be wrong. It always means that you're in on it. You're being paid by Israel and so on. This framing removes the possibility of...
Yeah, I'm waiting on that Israel check. It's $7,000 an hour that Candace cult members keep telling me I'm supposed to be getting. When is it coming? You can't ask them to produce evidence because that would require for them to read. So they will never produce any evidence that someone has been paid $7,000. They will never produce that evidence. They just keep asking, am I being paid? No, you tell me when I'm getting paid. Since you're saying that I'm supposed to be getting paid money, when this is going to happen? And these same cult members won't leave a super. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button. The same cult members that are saying how much are you getting paid? I thought it was $7,000 an hour. Didn't you all tell me that? When is this payout going to happen? Stop beating around the bush. When is the payout going to occur? When am I going to get paid the $7,000? Because obviously they've got the details on who's getting paid what and how much and when and how often. What's the payment method on this? What should I expect? A wire transfer? Is it going to be one big super? How's this going to go? Because obviously they're seeing content creators get paid $7,000 in real time, I guess, or they have evidence on it. You see, Candace, two can play this game, girl. I don't even need to come up with stuff. I just take whatever you and your dumb cult members are saying and flip it on them. When am I going to get paid the money? And show a receipt or transaction of someone actually getting paid $7,000. I'll wait. Because I know I don't owe your cult leader a damn thing. She's not, no. Here in reality on earth, you know, she could walk into oblivion and I will sleep peacefully tonight. Ciao, boo.
Honest disagreement, and every critic is framed as part of the conspiracy. So it's important to remember that this is how she's going to respond to any counter narratives that Turning Point is going to show. Literally, no matter what they say on Monday, it'll be framed as being part of the scripted psyop. And even if they don't respond to a lot of the claims, then it's going to be the same thing that she's been saying all along. Their silence on these facts proves that they're in on the cover-up. This frame delegitimizes every possible messenger except for Candace, which means that she doesn't have to be correct. She only has to make everyone else look compromised. Okay, so here's why all of this puts TPUSA at a massive disadvantage going into Monday. Candace has 3 straight months of daily content to frame TPUSA as untrustworthy, and her audience has already bought into that framing long before TPUSA decided to respond. So if they walk into Monday thinking that they can fix this with facts alone, then they're walking straight into a trap. In their announcement video, they said that they plan to expose the truth and to correct the facts that Candace got wrong. Now that sounds good in theory, but as we've already seen, people aren't believing Candace because of the facts. This means that any correction that Turning Point gives will be heard as further confirmation of guilt, not as a refutation of it. And secondly, what also makes Candace so persuasive is the fact that she often starts where her audience already has an ache, which gives them emotional buy-in to what she's saying, whether that's just...
Yeah, emotional. Facts don't care about your feelings, Candace. The purposes of what they're doing this for is to simply put the facts and correct the bullshit lies she's telling on the record. Now, that's going to go over the cult members' heads, but to the Lucksters, you do understand when I say that they're trying to put the facts and the evidence and documentation on the record. What that means, right? They're documenting this for the record. So the next steps that they take, hopefully it will be what I've been screaming all along, with one big, beautiful lawsuit. They have to prove malice intent. If they truly are not trying to convince this cult, and they shouldn't, because the cults are trained to believe what Candace says. They don't even care what she does or lack thereof. They just believe what she say. Let them stay in La La Land. Don't convince them of a damn thing. That's why I don't sit here and try to change their mind. When they're asking me questions, they ask me the same questions they ask all the time. It's a copy and paste comment. They auto repeat. That's why I'm not stunned. I don't entertain them. I just simply ask them, when am I getting the money? When am I getting this $7,000 per hour? Not per episode. Don't cheapen me. $7,000 per hour. When is it gonna come? Because they're not paying it. The cult members don't send me supers like that to say, you know what? Let's make sure we give you money so that you don't have to take it from Israel. No, they don't do that. They don't care if I get money. They just copying and pasting the same comments because that's what cult do. They think hive mentality. They lack originality. They won't ask questions related to the topic or anything. You ask them a question, they deter and deflect and dodge and dip and duck. So that's why I don't care what they think or feel. They're copying and pasting the same comments. They're literally showing they can't really take comprehension beyond what she tells them anyway. So putting this information out here should not be to change Candace Owens' mind or convince her of anything or her cult members of anything. It should simply be for putting the evidence and the documentation on the record. We want to show that we corrected her errors. Whether she corrects what she's saying or not, irrelevant. They need to make it plain as to why they're doing this debunking video. And say flat out, we're not doing this because we're trying to get her to understand anything. We don't care if she believes us or not. I suck all that fire out the room. She's too much of a coward to go face Erica Kirk herself. Candace doesn't even care. George told her no. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if she flew out to Phoenix. She's a coward. She won't face them face to face. So they need to make it clear, we're not doing this to convince Candace of anything. We don't give a damn what she thinks. We don't care what she thinks. We're doing this for the record. And then she can find out the hard way we're getting hit with a huge lawsuit. And then they're going to go home and sleep peacefully that night. They don't care if she's been convinced of a damn thing. I don't want Candace to stop talking. I want her to keep talking because she keeps putting evidence out there that can be used against her in a court of law. Her cult members don't think twice about that either because they think they're above the rule of law. So let her keep talking. Just put things out there for the record. Show the court that you tried to correct her errors. She's not going to accept it either way. She's already proven that with the Macron lawsuit. She's not going to take anything in because it's going to make her look bad because she's a cult leader. It's about her narcissism, her pride, and her ego. Period. She doesn't like being corrected. We've already seen that. She has a pattern of behavior. That's why I went over her other lawsuits to establish that pattern of behavior for them. So they have half of a lawsuit handed to them on a silver platter from the Lady Luck Club. Pattern of behavior has already been established. All they have to do is show that she is doing all that she's doing with malicious intent. Because when we gave the facts, we didn't expect her to take it, but she didn't. She could have surprised us all, but she chose to still be a cult leader, and that's it. But we put out the facts. She rejected everything, and she still parroted the same talking points and the same defamation, and she did it with malicious intent. They should only be doing this for the record and stop playing around with Candace. File a lawsuit against her. We don't care about how she feels with that either. File a lawsuit against her. Let her F around and find out in court. They want to ask all these questions. Who cares? It'll be answered in court. That way she can get to that, discovery phase she keeps crying about.
Trust of the FBI after the Epstein investigation, resentment towards government cover-ups, memories of the BLM era manipulation, and so on. Not only are these emotional touch points for her audience, but these are the same things that Turning Point has pointed their audience to in the past as well. So this puts her in the position where she doesn't even need to explain to people why they shouldn't trust the FBI in Charlie Kirk's case. And this is where I believe Turning Point is likely to make a mistake. By pointing to the FBI as a trusted reason for why Turning Point is innocent, clearly, that is not going to be taken as credible evidence by her audience, nor a lot of the people in Turning Point's audience, which is the core problem. If Turning Point even wants a chance at reaching the people who currently agree with Candace, then they cannot start with them.
Let me stop right there. They shouldn't try to reach the people who agree with Candace. They're brainwashed. It's that brain rot. It's the brain rot that Charlie Kirk talked about. The person that Candace so loves so much. He called them brain rot. He shouldn't. They shouldn't try to reach the people that are worshiping the ground that Candace walks on. They're a cult. Don't try to reach them. Do it for record keeping purposes only. We're just creating a record. That's it. We're not doing this to convince her or her cult of anything. We don't care what they think or feel. Not at all. We're not convincing them of anything. We're not proving to them anything. And if Candace wants to knuck if you buck, then you can do it in court when we sue you. The end. That's it. That's simple. That's straightforward. When you see kids, they throwing tantrums and stuff in the candy aisle and all this stuff in the grocery store. You don't sit here and appease them while they're throwing a tantrum. You teach them why they should not be throwing the tantrum. Sometimes it requires for you to just walk off a little bit, walk away, and they see you not stun them while you continue, shopping for groceries. And they see you not really stun that attitude and that temper tantrum. Guess what they do? They get up, and then they eventually walk behind you because they realize I can't take care of myself. They realize that. At some point, Candace she's going to get up off the candy aisle, stop throwing a tantrum, and she's just going to walk away and be done with it. And then she's going to go on to the next subject. That's how that's going to go. So if she's left any damage behind, guess what? You sue her and make her pay for those damages. Don't try to prove nothing to her. Cult leaders, it's not our goal as human beings to change the mind of another. You let God handle that. But let the purposes of this debunking video they're going to do Monday be solely for creating a record. We need to prove malice intent because she's claiming to be a public figure. And we hit hard, we want to hit hard. And be done with it. That's it. It's that simple. Don't try to reach them. Don't try to convince them. If they're going into it with that mindset, they're going to lose the PR stunt because that's all this is for Candace. This is all about PR. That's it. She doesn't care about anything else. She won't even talk about the kids once again.
Facts. They have to first reset the framing before they present any facts, or else everything that they say is going to be filtered through the suspicion that Candace has already built. So what should they do? Well, here's one way to reset the framing. They can reset the framing not by telling the viewers what she's doing, but showing them by doing the same thing that she's doing. They can be just as suspicious of her as she is of them. Not to accuse her of anything, but to reveal how her method works. So in theory, they could start by reframing the way that the audience sees her by asking her questions about her motives. For example, she tells us that we can't trust the FBI and implies that the reason why she couldn't go to Charlie's memorial is because they would harm or kill her.
While I'm attacking the feds, maybe not going to a public event, which the feds are organizing, is probably a very good idea.
And then they could ask, so why then did she reach out to them when she said that there was an assassination attempt on her life?
Y'all see that? Didn't I say that? That's the same question I've been asking this entire time. Shout out to what do you mean? Shout out to who do you mean? I've been saying that this entire time. Candace, why do you care if the FBI responds to you when you don't trust what they say either way? You know, why don't you start by posting that text message you allegedly sent to that FBI agent? Y'all know she lying like hell, right? Just in case, maybe you're new here in the Lady Luck Club, and let's say you're not a cult member, and you're not a bot, and you're just spectating. Candace Owens lies like hell. She's a pathological liar. She's a narcissistic, pathological liar. That is more than likely is going to be ordered to a psyche eval in this Macron lawsuit. Because Lord knows there's enough videos to convince a judge that she needs to be ordered to a psyche eval. Candace lies about everything. And even the lies themselves make no sense. Lying about George saying he told you no. I don't believe he told her no. I just believe she's using that as a cop-out. But since she said that, then why hasn't the cult gone after George for telling her no? Why not let her go face Turning Point and Erica Kirk face to face in person? Because if he said no, wouldn't he have said something to the extent, although it is a great invitation that TPUSA sent to my wife, I told her no for safety reasons. He hasn't said anything. Boys Club knows how to speak when he wants to speak up. With his weird, mysterious ass. But Boys Club hasn't even made a statement about it or said anything about it. Nor did she say why he told her no. Just because Boys Club has friends coming in from other countries doesn't mean that Candace Owens needs to be there. They have enough money to get a nanny, to get a tutor, to do the homeschooling for that Monday. So that's not a reason, logically speaking. So the idea that he told her no instantly and all this stuff, as narcissistic as she is, nah. No way. See, Candace, I don't have to believe anything you say. But if that be the case, if she really wanted to go out and just sincerely ask questions, if she was genuine about trying to find out what happened, she would go and face them in person. The bullshit excuse she used to not go to a memorial, because I'm attacking the FBI. Why would I go to the memorial? You attack everybody. So why is that an excuse? Candace Owens attacked an entire country's president and the first lady of France. She attacks the Israeli prime minister. So now you want to make it seem as if, I'm attacking the FBI. So I'm not going to no memorial service when I'm attacking the FBI. When you out here attacking world leaders, you attack the High Court of Australia, Tony Burke. You attacked the French president, the first lady of France. You attacked the Israeli prime minister. You attack whole presidents. You've attacked Trump. She attacks presidents of countries. So attacking the FBI somehow now has her too scared to go to a memorial service of someone that she was so in love with, because she was. Her lies make no sense. But you think her cult members are going to pick that up and ask her about that? What do you mean you don't want to go because you attack the FBI? You attack everyone. What difference does it make? I mean, you're saying now that the French president is trying to have you assassinated with no evidence of proof, no transactions from this club de sang, no evidence of that paper trail. But it didn't stop you from going to Dollywood. But somehow attacking the FBI scared her from going to the memorial. Narcissists don't care about being hypocritical. Also, liars. They don't care about that. Her lies are stupid. You can go to Dollywood with an assassination attempt on you from a world leader, from the president of France, but you couldn't go to Charlie Kirk's memorial service because you attacked the FBI. Make that make sense? But if the FBI wanted to do something to her, they would have done something to her at Dollywood, and that didn't happen. Candace goes where she wants to go and does what she wants to do freely, unlike Erica Kirk and the two small kids. Because they're getting death threats and kidnapping threats, Erica Kirk now has to have extra security detail. She can't just go to Dollywood and not have any security around her. That's what's so unfortunate about this. This is why I don't care about how the cult thinks or feels, because they're not thinking about the children, at least. Even if you don't care for the adults, they're not even thinking about the kids. Erica Kirk probably would love to take her kids to Disney World, to an open theme park. She can't do that because there are threats for her kids to be kidnapped. And yet, Candace Owens is scared of the FBI when it comes to going to a memorial service, but she's not afraid of this French female assassin and this male Israeli operative that she claims the president of France is paying to take her life, and some French legionnaire. And she goes to Dollywood. Her lies are dumb, but it's a cult. That's what you get with a cult. They believe dumb lies that are hypocritical and make no sense, that lacks logic. They don't question it. They don't think twice about it. They just copy and paste and repeat it everywhere. That's why no one should give a damn about what they think or how they feel. That's why Turning Point should not give a damn about what Candace thinks or feels when they do this debunking video. It's for record purposes only. We're simply making a record. We don't care if she believes it. We could go back and forth with the hypocrisies, but we rather line it all out in a federal complaint and a federal lawsuit. Then, like, that's exactly what they need to do.
I thought that
Don't
the
be scared of her.
FBI were the ones that she believed wanted to harm her.
I report to the FBI. Of course, I reported it to the FBI.
So is she working with the FBI? I mean, after all, she did admit to having someone who's high up in the FBI, their personal phone number, and was texting them.
The FBI left me on red. And I will say I didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do that. But I did send a text message to somebody very high up who received the text message.
So
from somebody high up. And we never saw this text message. And you think her cult members are asking her to post that text? You think they're going to ask her, Candace, why didn't you file a formal FBI complaint? You know why they're not going to do that? Because she's trained them on what to hear. It's a cult. She tells them what to think and hear, what to decipher, how to feel. They copy and paste the same comments. Some of them are very long. I'm seeing them in the chat. You're sending the same questions over and over again. Does not do anything here in the Lady Luck Club. Please understand, to the candy ass cult members, you enter into this chat at your own peril, at your own risk. I don't care how you feel or what you think. Copying and pasting the same comments gets ignored because you're not even being creative. You're not even being creative. They want me to ask the same question 18,000 times because they think like a hive. They don't have a brain. You know, it's brain rot and all.
I didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do that. But I did send a text message to somebody.
And she should do that. When are you going to do that, Candace? When are you going to do that? When are you going to file a formal FBI complaint? Because it's not an email. It's a website. When are you going to file that formal FBI complaint? When are you going to do it? I should do that, but she hasn't done it. You think the cult is asking her when she's going to do that?
Very high up who received the text message.
So how do we know that she isn't the one working with the FBI to distract people away from the true killer? And also, what other reason would there be?
You know, that's a good question. We don't know if she's not working with the other side to distract from the truth. You know what? That's such a good question. Let me go back. Young man is thinking.
Somebody very high up who received the text message.
So how do we know that she isn't the one working with the FBI to distract?
How do we know she's not the one working with the FBI? How do we know that, Candace? We're just asking questions. Candace, are you working with the FBI to distract from the true killer? How do we know that you weren't there in person wearing a maroon shirt and a hat and some sunglasses? Do I have to pull up the photo of Jermaine Stewart? Candace, many have said that you look like a boy to them as well. How do we know you're not working with the feds, Candace? Mighty funny how you won't post that FBI text message or file a formal complaint to the FBI about this so-called assassination attempt, or even post up evidence on that, or give us the name of this French female assassin and that male Israeli operative. Because if they're trying to take someone's life in exchange for money, why do we care about them being on the street? They should be in jail. So why not ensure that they're collected and arrested? Let's get the bad guys off the street. She wants the bad guys out to be free on the street. But yet still, she goes to Dollywood, but not go to Charlie Kirk's memorial. We still have the same FBI. The FBI didn't change between Charlie Kirk's memorial and her going to Dollywood. FBI director's still the same. Same people in the FBI. Who's the person you sent this text message to, Candace? What's his name? Or her name?
People away from the true killer. And also, what other reason would there be for her to say that her favorite text from Charlie that she released publicly was one where he was talking about a girl that he was in love with that wasn't Erica?
This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie. He was just kind of in love with this girl.
Was this an attempt to enrage?
Maybe that girl was Candace Owens. Perhaps, maybe. I'm just asking questions. Candace, what evidence do you have to show us to keep us from believing that that girl was not you? Because right now we have the right to assume that this is Candace Owens she's talking about. She's talking about herself. I mean, we can do the same thing, Candace. We can come up with some assumptions. I don't like theories, but I don't mind doing an assumption on this. Based on what you said, Candace, and how you're acting, and your conduct, and your lack of evidence, what's stopping us from assuming that this so-called girl is not Candace Owens? What's stopping us from assuming that? We can do that. Candace, are you the girl he's talking about in that text message?
One where he was talking about a girl that he was in love with that wasn't Erica.
Was it Candace? Was it Candace? Candace, is he talking about you? Perhaps it's time for Candace to start telling the truth. Candace, were you ever in love with Charlie Kirk? Were you ever in love with Charlie Kirk? Because so far you haven't shown any evidence that you're not. Because we know, but we don't know, but we know. Candace, we know no good and you don't.
This text message
I
is
think one of my favorite text
messages between me and Charlie. He was just kind of in love with this girl.
Was this an attempt to
Candace.
enrage Erica
That
now
sounds
that
like
Erica
Candace.
is the new CEO of Turning Point? I mean, just think about it. Why is it that we never seem to hear the names of Candace's sources? And why can we never verify what these sources are saying for ourselves? Is indistinguishable from someone that's making it all up and is part of a government psyop. So really the question is this: could she have used her elite status, her influence, and her FBI connections as an attempt to destroy Turning Point? After all, what sounds more logical to you? That Charlie was so dumb that he accidentally handpicked each person at Turning.
I'm gonna let you think that, buddy. Candace, was that text message about you? Was that text message about you? Funny how the cult members ask 1,000 questions, but they won't ask these questions to their cult leader that they see as Jesus Christ. Go ask Candace Owens when she's going to post up that text message to the FBI. I think that text message she's talking about, that, girl he was in love with, I think Candace is saying that he's talking about her, that Charlie Kirk was talking about her. Whether Charlie Kirk was actually talking about Candace Owens or not, in the mind of Candace Owens, would be irrelevant. You understand what I'm saying? No reply. So to Candace, those text messages where Charlie Kirk is speaking about being in love with a girl could have very well been about Erica Kirk, but to Candace Owens, it was about Candace Owens. Because she's a narcissist. And maybe, perhaps, Charlie Kirk said something to Candace Owens to have her believe that he was in love with her, as opposed to, no, I love you like a sister. Perhaps, maybe, perhaps. Candace Owens was so deep in love with Charlie Kirk to where every time he said, hey, I love you, right? And she took that as, I'm in love with you, right? One can only, come to these conclusions based on how she's acting and behaving and, her vivid imagination. It seems like those text messages in Candace Owens' world, in her reality, in her alternate reality, those text messages were about her. Whether Charlie Kirk was talking about Erica or not, Candace doesn't care. To her, Charlie was talking about Candace Owens. Yeah. Because she was in love with him. See, Candace, we can all do this. We can sit here and reframe.
Turning point? I mean, just think about it. Why is it that we never seem to hear the names of Candace's sources? And why can we never verify what these sources are saying for ourselves? Is indistinguishable from someone that's making it all up and is part of a government psyop. So really the question is this. Could she have used her elite status, her influence, and her FBI connections as an attempt to destroy Turning Point? After all, what sounds more logical to you? That Charlie was so dumb that he accidentally handpicked each person at Turning Point who somehow all decided to agree to conspire against them and he had no idea and even his wife is in on it? Or is it more probable that Candace is a Fed who's being used to pull people away from the official narrative? But don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that she is involved. I'm just asking questions. Okay, so
oh, that was brilliant. Oh, look, we're just asking questions. I'm not saying the text messages wasn't about Erica. I'm just saying that Candace Owens thinks that it was about her. We're just asking questions. I'm just saying, either Charlie Kirk, was too stupid to handpick people that he could trust, or Candace Owens is a part of the FBI conspiracy, which is why she won't file an FBI complaint formally and show proof that she's gotten confirmation about this assassination attempt. And she won't post the text message she sent to that high-ranking FBI person, and somehow does not know the difference between an official email where complaints do not go to versus filing the complaint online. Maybe that high-ranking French government employee that called her talking about, payments are going through this club de sang from the French president for your assassination. You might want to look into that. And Candace failing to ask for evidence on that. Maybe Candace is being paid some of that money and her name and bank account number will show up on the paper trail. Lord, we should follow the money. Candace, post your taxes up for Candace Owens LLC. Like, if we start looking into her taxes for her LLC, what are we going to find, Candace? What are we going to find? You know how many people have asked me to do that? Candace, you don't want me researching your taxes for Georgetown Inc. and Candace Owens LLC. even though I've been asked several times to do that, to look into Candace Owens LLC's taxes and to Georgetown Inc. taxes and do an entire analysis and do a whole video on it. What am I going to find, Candace? Are we going to see payments from the FBI? What about from that French female assassin and that male Israeli operative? What about money from, I don't know, somewhere near Gaza or Russia? You don't like Ukrainians. You said you wanted to be Russian and go to Russia. What if someone paid her from Russia to sit and to give out marching orders to her cult members to report any Ukrainian to the authorities, even though they're not committing a crime? Candace, what if you were paid by Russia to do that, to say that, to put that out there? I wonder. We're asking questions. We're wondering. Are we going to see payments from Russia where you were paid to tell your cult fan base in Tennessee to report any Ukrainian, even though looking at someone just off the bat, they probably wouldn't know if they were Ukrainian or not? Who's paying you to say that, Candace?
The point.
We're
If
just
Turning
asking
Point
questions.
resets the framing from the beginning of the conversation by not only applying the same degree of skepticism and distrust to Candace, and also finds the frustration that her audience already shares, then they will give themselves the best chance of winning over Candace's fans. So we'll see how it goes, and come back here after and we'll see if I was right. And if you didn't catch my last video on the tactics that Candace uses that makes her so persuasive, go ahead and click on the video on the screen and I'll see you over there. All right? Thanks for watching.
That was awesome. Y'all, shout out to What Do You Mean? Oh my goodness. Y'all see What Do You Mean? He's got WHADDO. What do you mean? This was awesome. Shout out to him. I love the part of him saying, yeah, you know, because we're just asking questions about her being FBI informant.
Verify
Oh, I
what these
can't get
sources
past
are
that.
saying for ourselves is indistinguishable from someone that's
Oh,
making
man,
it all
so
up
good.
and is part of a government psyop. So really the question is this: could she have used her elite status, her influence, and her FBI connections as an attempt to destroy Turning Point? After all, what sounds more logical to you? That Charlie was so dumb that he accidentally handpicked each person at Turning Point who somehow all decided to agree to conspire against them and he had no idea and even his wife is in on it? Or is it more probable that Candace is a Fed who's being used to pull people away from the official narrative? But don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that she is involved. I'm just asking questions.
We're all asking
So
questions.
you get the point.
Candace.
If Turning Point resets the framing from the beginning of the conversation by not only applying the same degree of skepticism and distrust to Candace, and also finds the frustration that her audience already shares, then they will give themselves the best chance of winning over Candace's fans. So we'll see how it goes, and come back here after and we'll see if I was right. And if you didn't catch my last video on the tactics that Candace uses that makes her so persuasive, go ahead and click on the video on the screen and I'll see you over there. All right? Thanks for watching.
That was awesome. What do you mean? Shout out to What Do You Mean? You can't make this up. That was so good. Candace, are you using your connections to distract from who the true shooter is? Maybe she knows who the true shooter is and she just won't tell us because she wants to distract with these Egyptian planes. Candace, are you being paid by the Egyptians to talk about their planes flying in our airspace, landing on U.S. soil? Man, I'm starting to ask a lot of questions here, Candace. What are your taxes going to show me, Candace, when I start looking this stuff up? When I start researching your taxes, what am I going to see, Candace? You know, your very public Candace Owens LLC tax documents. Candace, what am I going to come across? You know, because we're just asking questions. We have the right to look at Candace Owens LLC's taxes. That's supposed to be a nonprofit, right? We have the right to see what she's got going on. She's taking in money from the public, donations and contributions. Candace, are we going to see payments from Egypt or from Russia? What are we going to see? I mean, when she says, I really want to be Russian. I want to move to Russia. Are you telling us what you're going to do in advance? And are you taking your cult members with you? Please don't leave them behind. You can't make this up. Take your coat with you. If you're going to Russia, Candace, take them with you. Just don't leave them here. Yeah, shout out to What Do You Mean? Okay. Go check out his content. Great content he's got there. We're getting to it. We're getting into The Cult Expert with Carrie Smith. This is Paramount Tactical, their episode 172. Dangerous Liberty. Going over, is Candace Owens' cult real? My answer is yes, they are real. And I've been saying this for 3 months. 3 months. It's a cult. It's a cult of personality. She trains them on what to think and what to say and how to feel. She trains them on copying and pasting the same comment over and over and over again, on asking the same dumb questions while they produce no evidence themselves, or they're too cowardly to confront their own cult leader and ask her, why don't you just file a formal complaint to the FBI unless she's an informant? Unless she's working for the feds. That same feds she doesn't trust that kept her from going to her so-called I'm in love with my so-called wannabe brother type of thing. Funeral. Candace, we know you were in love with him. Yeah, we know. But why would you not go to his memorial service? You could have went. Nobody was stopping you. You went to Dollywood. You had fun. Did you have fun at Dollywood, Candace? You and the kids. I'm sure you did. But you couldn't make it to Charlie Kirk's memorial service with the same FBI that exists. Same FBI director. She has no respect for Kash Patel. Maybe she does, and she puts on a front because she knows that's her boss. Perhaps. Candace, it's very strange. It's very suspicious how you act when it comes to the FBI. It's like an internal twitch. And it's so obvious. You don't even notice that you're twitching when the FBI comes up. When the aspect of the FBI is said, you start twitching a little bit. The same way you do when you're lying. Are you lying about your relationship with the FBI, Candace? We're asking questions. Now I have a whole lot of questions.
You're now live.
Make sure y'all check out Paramount Tactical. Give him a like. If I can get a mod to drop his YouTube channel link in the chat, that would be fantastic. I'm going to speed this up because it's about 2 hours long. And if you guys want to watch the normal speed of it, the link to the video is right here. I'm about to drop it in the chat for you. But I speed it up for the sake of brevity because, see, here's what good content creators don't do. We don't just copy someone's information, okay? We have to give commentary. That's how this works. Or else YouTube is going to think that you're just copying and pasting. So we don't do that. We have to add on our commentary to it. Plus, I have a lot to say. Shout out to all of you all tuning in. Hit the like button. Let's get to it.
On the Dangerous Liberty Podcast.
All right, folks, what is happening? Happy Monday out there. It is Monday, right? Yeah, Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome to the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. We got a great guest for you. We got a great show for you tonight. Also, little did I remember when I scheduled this that there is going to be an interview with Erica Kirk with Sean Hannity at 9 p.m. We're going to stream that live, and we will talk about that afterwards as well. So, but I do want to welcome everybody over in the comments. We're already getting the crazies in there, and that's fine. You are welcome here, folks, no matter how crazy you are, no matter how much you support Candace. I don't really care. We encourage disagreement, but we will not tolerate name calling. It's real simple. Look, I do these lives so that we can have these interactions. I want to interact with you, and especially with people that I disagree with. There's a lot to discuss, and there's a lot to parse through when it comes to the Charlie Kirk assassination altogether. I see the investigation into Charlie Kirk and what's going on with Candace as two different things. So for those of you that still have questions about the Charlie Kirk assassination, I agree with you. I think there are still some questions about what's going on. I think they should be looked into. That's why I have spent the time, energy, and effort into this. And, starting this whole thing off, what I did was I've had many people on with opposing views, and I will still have people on with opposing views when it comes to different theories, what they think happened. And I've always tried to create this collaborative, because that's what it needs. Like, if we're going to hold the government accountable and we're going to be a real mainstream media alternative, we can't outfake the fake news. And one of the things that you need opposing opinions and views to make sure that you don't have any blind spots, right? I'm not so ego-driven to think that I can't see things incorrectly or I can't interpret things incorrectly. And that's why I've always encouraged people to come on and we have these discussions. And when, they believe something, we had Blake Bednar's, he still believes that there's an exploding mic. I wanted to hear what he had to say about that, see if maybe there's something to that. We've had multiple people on that have discussed those different things. And I think there are still questions to be asked. The problem that I have with Candace, as I've laid out, is I do think this has turned into something much more sinister. And I think this is being hijacked by adversarial political forces, by adversarial foreign entities as well. And I think part of it is that she is being exploited. I think some of these sources are real problems that are feeding her information. She is a person that is too eager and will do everything that she can. She will bend space and time to prove that her narrative is correct. And what the other thing that she's doing many times, and I got a lot more videos coming, folks, not just the one that I put out. I got plenty of material to work with. But the fact is that at this point, I know for a fact that she is intentionally trying to deceive people. And I don't know what the motive is. I can speculate what that motive is. I think there's multiple there. Money is definitely money, clicks, and power. Candace is wealthy. I don't necessarily think it's about money. I think it's about status. I think that's really what drives her personally. But the fact is, we can put all that stuff aside. That's my personal opinion. When we bring it back down to facts, the fact is that she is deceiving the American people. And I've had enough of it. I'm tired of being called a fed because I present truth. I back everything that I have with evidence. And there's a lot of things going on. And I have left this alone for 3 months because I thought people would come to their senses. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And it's so obvious to me. And it's so obvious to a lot of people. And I'll be honest with you, folks. I genuinely thought that I was going to lose like half my subscribers posting that video the other day. I don't care. I don't do this. I don't make a living off of this. I've lost money pursuing this whole Candace thing. I've lost money through revenue because this is kind of built into our business model of, we sell guns, we sell training, all those things. And when I'm taking away from time from that, I'm losing money. So this is because I love this country. This is because truth is the soul of this nation. And it is not okay to sit there and accuse people of murder, conspiracy, assassinations without proof. It is not okay to do that. I don't care if we have a disagreement on who killed Charlie. Okay, what I do have a real problem with is when you start destroying people's lives here in the United States because you're putting forth accusations that you can't back up with any sort of evidence, and then you take people on this wild goose chase of Egyptian planes. There's a lot going on wrong with that. So anyways, want to say hi to everybody. A couple of things that are going to happen. Number one, I'm about to bring on Carrie. And I think you guys are going to find some of her content very interesting. Make sure that you go check out her links to all her socials. Go follow her. So we are going to be doing a live stream with Erica at 9 p.m. And then this podcast, we're going to run just like we normally would a normal podcast with Carrie. Towards the end of that, maybe around the time that we go to Erica, we're going to take questions or maybe even after that. But we want to get your questions in. We want to read your comments, all the things. If you'd like to become a member and support us, we appreciate that. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you like and subscribe. I do want to say thank you to all of our moderators out there. I don't give you guys nearly enough credit. And quite frankly, you guys do such a good job that I often forget about you. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and bring on Carrie Smith. Carrie, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me, Gary.
No, it's awesome.
I'm happy there are some good things that actually come from X. It's not all terrible.
No. So I'm still figuring X out. I'm not gonna lie. It's not my forum, right? I understand YouTube. But what the thing that I really do appreciate about X is that I have been able to talk to people, reach out to people, get great guests on, and I count you among those. And hopefully we'll do some things in the future because you got some great content. I think even outside of this whole Charlie Kirk thing.
Are you aware that there's an appeal with the lawsuit in France? Are you aware there's an appeal? I just want to make sure, because factually, there's an appeal going on. It's still ongoing. They didn't lose anything. It's not how lawsuits work. There's an appeal in court happening. So the case isn't closed. There wasn't a win or a lose. There's an appeal. You said the lawsuit in France. They lost the lawsuit in France. There's an appeal going with that same lawsuit in the High Court of France. So, against the two French journalists, there's an appeal still pending. The case is still open. And here, what they did not do correctly in that lawsuit, which is prove malice intent, is what they're definitely doing now. So, why did Candace file a motion to dismiss if she doesn't want the case dismissed? Why don't she just file a response and then allow it to move to the next phase? That's what I've been asking. She could just file a response and then let it go to the next step, which will be discovery. That's my question. I wouldn't file a motion to dismiss if I don't want the court to consider a dismissal. So I just, Kashay, is it Kashay? I'm being honest. If she really believes in justice for Charlie and that Robinson is innocent, why are you not on the defense team? Why is she telling it to the internet instead of the defense team? It's a good question because Candace said herself she doesn't even care about that investigation. She said that herself. She does not care about the investigation. So even if she had information to give to them, she's already expressed she doesn't even care about the investigation. That's why I keep asking, when is she going to tell us who the shooter is? She's still asking the same question after 4 months. It's getting old. Didn't she say that she was supposed to be investigating and narrowing that down to who the real shooter is? She keeps saying, I'm investigating this. I'm investigating this. Something she's not licensed or certified to do, and I have to say that formally. But the fact that she's not bringing forth any evidence from this so-called investigation that gets us any closer to any other shooter. I don't care about Egyptian planes unless the shooter was on that plane. Otherwise, no one cares. It's irrelevant. We're at a point where we're waiting for Candace to tell us who the shooter is. She's been this since September 11th, 10th. Since September 10th. It's December 13th. And she has not presented one person with any evidence that could be a possible alternative shooter. And that's what she said she was going to do. So even with whatever she's supposed to be investigating, she's going outside of that. And her cult is not keeping her on track and focused on, you're supposed to be investigating who shot him. All this other stuff, we don't care. Tell us who shot him. They're not even smart enough to think to keep her on point with that. Now you need to stay. You're getting off the path. You need to get on path, Candace. Stay on path. Stay on track. Who's the shooter? You need to keep asking that question. And at some point, you're going to have to answer that question because, Candace, that's what you said you were investigating. Something you're not licensed and certified to do. You said you would investigate who shot Charlie Kirk. You can't even give us a name or a photo of a high-ranking French government employee without it making it about yourself. You're getting off track. You're way off track. You've been off track for the last 3.5 months. Now, you should be telling us who the shooter is. We don't care about anything else. Who's the shooter? Name them and put up their photo. That's where we are now. That's it. Not a plane. The Egyptian plane did not shoot Charlie Kirk. So we don't care about the Egyptian plane. It did not shoot Charlie Kirk. So who shot Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens? That was your investigation. Remember? You don't care about the one going on in the state of Utah with the prosecutor. So who shot Charlie Kirk? Candace Owens. Tell us the name and give us the photo. So I'm sure you and the feds are going to make sure he gets collected, because, it's just, we're so suspicious that, your willingness to sit here and just hand the defense the case, tainting the jury pool, putting up all this other fluff. You're distracting from the bottom line, Candace. Maybe Kash Patel is your boss. Maybe he's not. But tell us who the shooter is. Wouldn't you feel a sense of duty to tell your fellow countrymen, as an American citizen, why you're still here before you go to Russia? Would you have some sort of sense of duty, since you want to call everyone treasonous? Because she said that too. We're all treasonous. Candace, if thou perhaps work for the FBI as anything, why would you literally say that we're all treasonous? Who is we? Are you referring to you and the FBI here? You go out your way to embarrass your boss because he got a photo with his girlfriend, and you still can't tell us who the shooter is. She throws out any and everything else, including the kitchen sink, but she won't tell us who the shooter is. I want a name and a photo. That's what I want. At this point, Candace, we want to know who the shooter is. We don't care about anything else, about no damn planes or none of that. Your coat are going to keep perpetuating your BS. Tell us who the shooter is.
Candace situation, people need to be aware of your work and what you're doing, and I think it's really important. So I thank you for what you do and the time and effort that you put into all this, and I really appreciate you coming on tonight.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so if you will, just tell everybody a little bit about who you are, kind of what you do, and then kind of how you got into this too. I still haven't heard that story. I'm interested to hear that myself.
I'll give you the short version, and anyone who's interested can. I did an hour-long, or maybe longer than that, interview with Trigonometry that goes into the details of it. But I used to be in the woke left. I was one of these people who was like a true believer in that ideology. I was indoctrinated at Duke University. And I say indoctrinated, I'm responsible for my choices. I was an adult. I saw people in my world online celebrating it, and they were saying things like, some old white men are going to have to die. And I'm like, what is this? This is not what liberalism. This is not what I saw. Yeah. People who could not function after he won. And I was watching all this, and I was still trying to understand. So I
think she's
like, you'll never be welcome back. I'm like, I don't want to come back. And then she started attacking. And so I think things are shifting.
I'm fast forwarding this because she's talking about some politics and stuff, and I'm not political, and it's not really relevant to the cult of Candace Owens. Candace, who is the shooter? I know you know.
That I was like, when I hear somebody talk about an episode that I just watched, and folks, for the record, I've watched over 20 episodes from beginning to end. So for those of you that say I've never watched a full episode, you have no clue what you're talking about.
That's more than me, by the way.
It's a copy and paste comment. Just ignore them. It's what cultists do. They copy and paste the same comment. They're here distracting and deterring and deflecting. Candace, who is the shooter? Tell us a name and give us a photo. They all they're gonna do is distract. No one cares what they think or feel. Tell us who the shooter is.
I've watched 12.
It's tough. I mean, that is a job because of all the, number one, even if I agreed with Candace, the way that she delivers things, I wouldn't be able to relate with her. I guess there's a lot of, I don't know, a lot of different animation and a lot of stuff going on. And that's fine. And by the way, I loved Candace. Was a huge fan of Candace. And I'm actually really sad to see her go down this, because folks, I'm telling you right now, once you wake up to this and you watch one of her episodes, it just, everything becomes so clear what she's doing, the manipulation. And then when you watch her present things, like I didn't even notice this till I was rewatching one of the clips I watched the other day that I made the other day, where she never went through, these are the charging documents. She never went through the charging documents. And I kept seeing where people were arguing about things that are in the charging documents. I'm like, that this is in there, and I'm pretty sure Candace went through the charging documents. Then I went and rewatched the episode. She actually didn't go through the charging documents. She had a producer kind of summarize these points, and then watching what she had on those and how she summarizes, as opposed to just reading these things, it was very clear to me it was very manipulative, right? It was very engineered in that it omitted so much of important information that it was clearly meant to deceive. And she omits things so that she can bend the narrative at her will. So, I watched his video. I've been watching this. I've been seeing the different things that she does and different tactics and techniques she uses to deceive people and to keep people entertained and put cliffhangers at the end so that you're going to come back the next week.
Yes.
It is extremely well manufactured entertainment. All right. I can understand why she is entertaining, and I can understand why people are tuning in all the time. With that being said, it's pure disinformation. There's no doubt about that. And that is separate from, to me, that is totally separate. So for those of you who are saying, hey, there's still questions to be asked, she's the only one asking them. Number one, she's not asking them. She's leading you astray. She's taking you outside of the realm of even real possibilities, and it's a distraction. But for those of you that are still curious about all this stuff, I am too. All right. There's still definitely some questions asked that need to be asked that haven't been, and I think a lot of those will be answered during the trial. But then I came across one of your articles on X, and you went through and you listed the different tactics and techniques that she is using that are very similar to cult-like tactics.
Yes.
And I think anytime, and look, to some degree, whether it's education, training, whatever, there's indoctrination, there's things that work, right? And so there's going to be some crossover because people that are compelling use certain tactics that are known to be compelling. Some of them use them for good, and then some of them use them for, evil. And I think what she's doing is she's using clear disinformation tactics. So I guess if you will, just kind of walk us through some of the things that you believe that she's doing to create this cult-like base that you can't speak logic to. You can't even reason with them. And I don't understand it.
Yes. First, I'll get to her cult tactics. But before I do that, I just want to describe the characteristics of a cult itself.
Sure.
So that people can kind of connect the dots and for themselves say, does this fit? Does this fit? Does this fit? And so one of those is classically an authoritarian and charismatic leader that you can't question. Now, in the woke left cult checks off almost all of the cult characteristics, except for that one, with that one exception. But it checks off enough to be classified as a cult. But Candace is, a lot of these cult of personalities, they're built around a personality. They're built around a person. They're built around a charismatic person. So that's one of the first characteristics. Excessive devotion from the cult members, excessive devotion, unquestioning faith. I think you can see that clearly if you've watched 22 episodes. She does something I've never seen before. Maybe other people do it, but she was the first person I saw doing this. She reads only effusive praise of herself pretty much at the end of each episode.
Oh yeah, the comments thing. That's why I don't watch her ending statement. It's really her picking comments, from the previous pre-recorded premiere. And she reads comments that just kiss her ass because Candace, she thinks she's perfect. This is why they look at her as Jesus Christ and had the audacity to blaspheme in my chat. Don't bring that over here. Get that curse over there where you at. We don't worship a mere mortal over here in the Lady Luck Club. We don't worship Candace Owens. We owe her nothing. I don't even owe her a compliment. But they deify her now. They literally, the way they speak and talk and handle her as if she's God. And that's very dangerous. When you have no fear of God and you're allowing a mere mortal to be that, it's very, very dangerous. Let me just, show you guys some information here because we read in the Lady Luck Club. A cult of personality is a phenomenon where a leader is glorified and idolized, like they're doing with Candace Owens, often through propaganda and media manipulation, like we're seeing with the bots and the candy-ass cult members copying and pasting the same comments and questions over and over again and actually expecting us to answer them. That's funny. I just read over them and I laugh and I chuckle. Ever so often, I'll stop and say, hey, this is an example of what I mean. Don't distract. Just tell us who the shooter is, Candace. We don't care about what your cult members are saying. You've trained them to say and think the way they think and say the things that they say. That's why they just copying and pasting. They're all saying the same thing. No one has an original thought. None of them. That's why they enter in my chat at their own peril. But push this propaganda and have this media manipulation that we're witnessing in real time, creating an idolized image that fosters unquestioning loyalty because they think that we owe Candace Owens something and we don't. The only thing that I owe Candace Owens is a video breaking down her tax statements for Candace Owens LLC and Georgetown Inc. That's all I owe you, heifer. Definition of characteristics. Cult of personality refers to a situation where a public figure, typically a political leader, is presented to the public as an extraordinary and heroic individual, deserving of admiration and loyalty. That's how Candace Owens comes off. I'm doing this for us. I'm saving the world from this cabal. You know, MK Ultra's got everyone brainwashed, and never mind Candace Owens' recurrent yeast infection she mentioned in a whole lawsuit where she didn't even show up for court because she wanted to live rent-free for 7 months with black mold. And then went and had LASIK surgery as if that was supposed to solve the exposure to black mold for reasons. And expected the apartment community to pay her back in the lawsuit. They were like, yeast infections. We're not paying for all that Monostat 7 you had to buy, girl. You're having recurring yeast infections. You need to be going to see an OBG. You need to see a GYN, not an OBGYN, a GYN. You should see your gynecologist. There's something's wrong with that. Perhaps that's coming from your body and not the black mold. Candace, I don't give a damn how you feel, girl. This is often achieved through state-controlled media propaganda and organized spectacles that promote the leader's image and ideology. You know, all of Twitter X now just does nothing but promote her buffoonery and nonsense. Key characteristics include a heroic image. The leader is portrayed as a larger-than-life figure. You know, because they're always posting up, oh, we love Candace Owens. Oh, we worship the ground she walks on. You know, she can all save us somehow. They see her as a savior. They actually see her as a savior. Apparently, them living their normal lives, going to work, earning money, paying bills, however they do it, is not sufficient for them. Somehow, they still need Candace to help them get up and go to work and make money and pay their mortgage and buy groceries and put gas in their car. Candace has to save them somehow to where they feel like they can't function and live normal lives and realize Candace Owens is not paying my rent. I work hard and I'm able to pay it, bless God, on my own. No, that's too much like right. Media manipulation. I mean, do we not see the candy asses and the bots in the chat right now? YouTube is social media. The use of mass media to disseminate flattering narratives about the leader. Twitter X, it just seems to be a secondhand flattery system for Candace Owens. Elon Musk, you're not going to do anything about that? Okay. Unquestioning loyalty. Followers are encouraged to show absolute loyalty. They can't ask her, when are you going to just tell us who the shooter is? Often at the expense of critical thinking or dissent. They don't think, read, hear words. I mean, it's now saying, oh, no, she says stop lying. No, she says stop. But they don't hear that. Because that's not what the cult leader is telling them. She said to them, if she tells me to stop lying, I'll stop lying. So now they're copying and pasting that literal comment from her video. They went to the transcription. They copied and pasted those statements. And now they're parroting that in comments in everyone's videos. Y'all know you can go to the video and click on the transcription. And then you can see what's actually being said. Let me show y'all. You go down here to transcript. Show transcript. The bots and the cult members Y'all can see this. They're coming over here to transcript, and then they'll go and they'll just take something, copy and paste it, and then they'll put it in the comments. So let me hold on. Let me do something. I'm going to tell you exactly how they're doing it because they're not that smart. Let me show y'all how they're doing it. Now let's see here. Okay. Motive is I can't, I can speculate what that motive is. I think there's multiple there. Money is, and then I'm just gonna say here. Oh no. Ooh, this is what he says clicks power up. Definitely money, clicks, and power. Candace is wealthy. Let's do that. So I'm gonna put that in my chat, in my comment. I'm gonna take out I don't. Now you all can see. Now y'all can see this. Because this is what they do. Now you all can see. They take this. Definitely money, clicks, and power. Candace is wealthy. And then they're going to copy and paste that comment in everybody's chat. Because they got it out of her transcript from her video. So her saying that only person that has the power or capacity to tell me to stop is Erica Kirk. They don't copy and paste that comment. They're copying and pasting what she just said recently about stop lying. And she needs to prove what I'm lying about. So they literally took that out of the transcript. And now they're copying and pasting that comment in everybody's damn video. That's how they operate. This is how they push that narrative forward. They're not even coming up with this stuff on their own. They're going to transcript, copying it out of transcript, and now that is the comment they're leaving over everybody else's videos. That's how they work it. This is the cult mentality. At least they're copying and pasting the same thing. They're not showing any dissent. They're not questioning anything. They're just copying and pasting. Just so y'all can see how that works. So let's get back to this information here, and I will post the couple links that I have for this. I'll post it in the chat because reading is fundamental. There's a historical context of it. They mention people such as Joseph Stalin and Hitler. They talk about even ancient Egyptian pharaohs and Roman emperors were revered in ways that established a divine connection to their authority. How many comments have we seen where you have the cult members talking about Candace Owens being a Christian? They have this slogan, Christ is King. But then they turn around and idolize her and compare her to Jesus Christ, which goes against scripture itself. Never mind the fact that there are scriptures that speaks upon you attacking widows. There are biblical scriptures about protecting widows. They talk about random stuff. They just post up stuff that have nothing to do with nothing to distract. Like this. This is just a distraction. Has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. This is how they operate. They don't want you to actually get information that could be helpful to understanding why Candace is a cult leader. No. They throw out random stuff. So this is how they operate. Right here. They deify her. And then they say, oh, if you're saying something bad, you're attacking her. So now we have to defend her. We have to protect her like she's God. And what does that lead to? Cyber harassment, bullying, defamation, doxing, online death threats, kidnapping threats towards the children. Meanwhile, you think that this person here thought about Charlie Kirk's 2 small kids getting hit with kidnapping threats? You think, what does this comment have anything to do with Charlie Kirk's kids or Charlie Kirk? or a cult. It has nothing to do with it. This is what they do. This is how they operate. This is their MO. They don't care. They don't think about all the death threats and kidnapping threats that Erica Kirk and the 2 children are getting. They only care about pushing her dumb narrative and her stupid talking points because they're copying and pasting it from her transcript in her videos. And that's what they're pushing as propaganda all over social media. And then they feel like they have to give her some sort of fealty or loyalty. They worship her on Twitter X at least once a day. This is how you have this cult flourishing. And not one time do they ask her, can you just tell us who the shooter is? You're supposed to be investigating that. Who's the shooter? No. Too much like right. They never ask her that. That's showing dissent. No critical thinking, no dissent, no questioning, no nothing. Modern implications. Cults of personality can be seen in various forms, often leading to the erosion of democratic principles, such as them thinking that no one has freedom of speech and expression except Candace Owens and the cult members. But if we say something that their cult leader doesn't like, how dare us? Well, you're calling her names. Yes. Freedom of speech. I get to say that. I get to say she's a clown. I get to call her a heifer. Yep, I do. Don't care. People are getting death threats. So they think free speech only works one way. That's one of the modern implications. Erosion of democratic principles. Taking away the rights and freedoms of others. Other content creators and independent journalists like myself, all of a sudden, we don't have free speech and free press. We don't have the rights and the protections as members of the press as well, because I guess to them, since this is a PR stunt for Candace, it's all about views, clicks, likes, and money. If I don't have a number of subscribers or people watching, the live stream, then what I say shouldn't be said. But she should say it because she can get 155,000 people watching. They actually go out and they reiterate the fact that she's doing this for views, clicks, likes, and money. Every time they tell us she's wealthy, she has all these people watching, she has all these subscribers, they're debunking her saying it's not about that. It's because I love Charlie Kirk so much. Deep down, I really love him. But they go out and debunk it. And then they prove us to be true when they copy and paste those comments. Can't make it up. And the establishment of authoritarian rule. So she's the authoritarian figure. She's the dictator. She's the cult leader to them. That's what she is. The phenomenon raises concerns about the psychological dynamics between leaders and their followers, as well as the societal impacts of such loyalty. I mean, people catching death threats is a serious complication of that. It's a serious consequence. The idea that Tim Pool spoke out against Candace Owens and then a couple of days later his house gets shot at. It is not unrealistic to ask questions as to whether or not Candace Owens was involved or had knowledge of his home being shot at. When people are out sending death threats to Jewish conservatives that she calls out on her show, or that Erica Kirk is saying, I'm getting more death threats and now kidnapping threats against me and my children. Because now Candace Owens is attacking her, saying she's not fit to be a CEO. Neither is Candace Owens. Candace Owens is not fit to call herself an investigative anything or even a journalist. She's not even educated. Show us your degrees, Candace. She won't do any of that. So while she wants to question everyone else, we're going to question her ass. And we have the right to do it. Conclusion is the code of personality remains a significant concept in understanding political leadership and the dynamics of power, because that's what Candace Owens wants. She wants power. Plus, the views and the clicks and the likes and the money. It highlights the ways in which leaders can manipulate public perception and the potential dangers of uncritical loyalty in society. Understanding this phenomenon is crucial for recognizing the signs of authoritarianism and the importance of maintaining a critical public discourse. Yeah, because how dare you say something about their cult leader? They're going to flip out and have a heart attack. But she throws something out there about somebody else, and then what? She doesn't want anyone outside of her cult to say anything to question her or to give criticism. No, Candace, you don't get to have it both ways. The same thing you said about Erica Kirk, revealing to perfect strangers where a deceased person is laid in the ground. Why would they want to know that? That sounds sick to me. That's disgusting. Why would you want to know where a dead body is? You don't know him. You never met him. You don't like Erica Kirk. You don't like Turning Point USA. Why would you want to know where Charlie Kirk is buried? How does that pay your bills? What does that do for your everyday life? If you can't stand Turning Point USA, to the cult members, Candace, you dumb cult leader. If you don't like Erica Kirk and you can't stand her guts, you don't even talk about the children because you don't care. Why do you really want to know where he's buried when you didn't go to his memorial service? And you weren't invited to the private funeral. Why do you want to know where he's buried? So you can go desecrate the gravesite, you and your cult members? You really think that she wants people who are sending out death threats to content creators, to Jewish conservatives, doxing kids because they're wearing red shirts and green hoodies, or maroon shirts? My bad, maroon, not red, maroon. You really think those people deserve to know where Charlie Kirk is buried? No, they don't. No one owes them a damn thing. That's what's so crazy and disgusting about that. They want to know where Charlie Kirk is buried, but they're doxing college kids because they're wearing a maroon shirt or green hoodie, or because Candace Owens doesn't like them. Who gives a damn what she likes? Hell, her boss might be Kash Patel. They're not thinking about that at all. Candace won't tell us who the shooter is because FBI. Candace, it sounds like you work for the FBI more and more because you won't even tell us why you refuse to file a formal FBI complaint, girl. Seems like she's working for the FBI even the more. I'm just going to put it out there. Candace, you can prove me wrong and tell us who the shooter is. You could do that. So, it's a couple of links. Britannica, because she doesn't like Wikipedia. Even though a lot of my information does not come from Wikipedia. But this is from Britannica.com, dealing on cult of personality. It's a good read. They go over certain leaders, from Alexander the Great to Augustus to Confucius to Hitler, of course, to the Dalai Lama. I mean, kings of K-pop, BTS. This is a singing group. And somehow they've landed on a cult of personality list. What's going on with that? But I don't think I've ever really listened to a lot of their music like that. But, they have a huge following. And BTS is now, according to Britannica.com, listed as, being an example for this cult of personality. This is on Britannica.com. Let me make sure you guys get the link for that. Did I post that up? Who listens to BTS? Just out of curiosity. Anybody listen to their music? What's going on? How you doing, Brad Boy? What's happening? I like Candace, but her husband is a Mossad agent, just like Erica. Oh, God. As long as Stray Kids isn't on that, they're my favorite K-pop group. Oh, yeah, that's the Britannica link. Yes, BTS is a cult. Is it? What's going on, Care Bears? I think you sent me a super. Shout out to Care Bears, y'all. Care Bear sent me a super $4.99 super. Thank you so much. If you guys want to donate to the cult members that keep saying I'm getting $7,000, while I'm waiting on this money to come from Israel, whomever it's coming from, why don't you all drop a super as well? So that way you can at least say you are getting money because we giving it to you. They won't do that. Care Bears, thank you for the $4.99 super. Had to run some errands. I'm back. Happy Saturday, LLC. Thank you so much. Shout out to you. Let's see here. It's some. Are they a cult? Not in the cult though. They're cult-like. Is the music good? She's running a cover for Democrat Tifa violence. She probably is, Catherine. Candace is like an extremist who does dumb things for no reason. Candace, who is the shooter? We want the name and the photo. Because I could just sit here and, ask questions all day. Candace, did you know the entire time who the shooter is? And all you've been doing is allegedly trying to distract? I'm asking a question. Why are you so hard on your boss? Kash Patel is... Kash Patel. Sorry. Kash Patel is doing the best he can. Okay. Care Bear said that coat like did furries come from there? Who knows? George, do you like BTS? I have a feeling that George is a huge fan of BTS. Boys Club knows that he enjoys their albums. Okay. How many of them in the group? It's like 8, 9 of them. Are they brothers or something? It's just a big group. It's like, are they siblings, cousins? How they connected? I can imagine Boys Club being a big fan of BTS. Y'all look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. Yeah, I can imagine Boys Club being a huge fan of BTS. You can't make this up. Boys Club, how many concerts have you been to for BTS? They do K-pop. It seems like it would be right up his alley. And then Boys Club George goes home and enjoys a cigar and sips on cognac as he reminisces about BTS. You can't make this up. Y'all know he's a huge fan of BTS. Of course he is. Of course George is a fan. Of course he is. He loves them. I have a good Blackpink or BTS song. I don't know what they sing. I don't like the armies in the cult. I'm a Strays Kid fan as well. 7 Man. The tease is also good. Yeah, it's not bad. You can see it when anyone goes against her. Her cult members will come against them in full force. It's what she thinks gives her validation. She is abhorrent. She has candy cult members. Can't. Exactly. I like their music, but not in a cult way. Did go see them in 2019 when they came to the UK. Look at that. That's awesome. But the rabbit hole goes deep. They have crazy super fans. I don't listen much, but it's not bad. Okay, cool. What is BTS? They're a music group. 5, 7, not siblings. Okay. It's 7 of them. I counted in the photo. There's like on Star. Okay. Did they all join the military? No, I don't think BTS is a military thing. They're out. Yes, they all did join their military. Oh, they did. Okay. I went to my first K-pop concert for Stray Kids this past summer. It was so fun. Oh, what kind of music they do? They are out now. Blackpink in your area. Her cult believes that she is a Christian. Is crazy. Exactly, Melanie. I don't know how they believe that. Candace is not a Christian. They talk about Christ is king until they're blue in the face. When you attack a widow, when you're out here allowing people to put you on a pedestal and treat you like a god and idolize you, it's blasphemous. So, yeah, it's disgusting that somehow she thinks that's okay. I would be petrified if people started treating me like God and try to don't. I fear God too much for that. but she doesn't care. And she feeds into her own narcissism and ego when she's reading her comments, and they're all just kind of designed to glorify her. And the second link I just dropped is Psychology Today, not Wikipedia, Candace. The cult of personality and the personality of the cult. Yeah, they feed off each other. So you guys take time to read that information. Two great resources, because that's what we do here. And let's get back to it. Just wanted to make sure you guys have some fundamental information and premise to what she's about to say.
Money, clicks, and power. Candace is wealthy.
Oh, hold on. We already brought her in. I pulled up the transcript. That's what happened. And okay,
animation and a lot of stuff going on. Just fun. And by the way, I loved Candace. Was a huge fan of Candace. And I'm actually really sad to see her go down this, because folks, I'm telling you right now, you can, once you wake up to this and you watch one of her episodes, it just, everything becomes so clear what she's doing, the manipulation. And then when you watch her present things, like I didn't even notice this till I was rewatching one of the clips I watched the other day that I made the other day, where she never went through, these are the charging documents. She never went through the charging documents.
Oh.
And I kept seeing where people were arguing about things that are in the charging documents. I'm like, that this is in there. And I'm pretty sure Candace went through the charging documents. Then I went and rewatched the episode. She actually didn't go through the charging documents. She had a producer kind of summarize these points. And in watching what she had on those and how she summarizes, as opposed to just reading these things, it was very clear to me it was very manipulative, right? It was very engineered in that it omitted so much of important information that it was clearly meant to deceive. And she omits things so that she can bend the narrative at her will. So, I watched his video. I've been watching this. And I've been seeing the different things that she does and the different tactics and techniques she uses to deceive people and to keep people entertained and put cliffhangers at the end so that you're going to come back next week.
Yes.
It is extremely well manufactured entertainment. All right. I can understand why she is entertaining, and I can understand why people are tuning in all the time. With that being said, it's pure disinformation. There's no doubt about that. And that is separate from, to me, that is totally separate. So for those of you who are saying, hey, there's still questions to be asked, she's the only one asking them. Number one, she's not asking them. She's leading you astray. She's taking you outside of the realm of even real possibilities, and it's a distraction. But for those of you that are still curious about all this stuff, I am too. All right. There's still definitely some questions asked that need to be asked that haven't been, and I think a lot of those will be answered during the trial. But then I came across one of your articles on X, and you went through and you listed the different tactics and techniques that she is using that are very similar to cult-like tactics.
Yes.
And I think anytime, and look, to some degree, whether it's education, training, whatever, there's indoctrination, there's things that work, right? And so there's going to be some crossover. Because people that are compelling use certain tactics that are known to be compelling. Some of them use them for good, and then some of them use them for evil. And I think what she's doing is she's using clear disinformation tactics. So I guess if you will, just kind of walk us through some of the things that you believe that she's doing to create this cult-like base that you can't speak logic to. You can't even reason with them, and I don't understand it.
Don't even try.
Yes, well, first, I'll get to her cult tactics, but before I do that, I just want to describe the characteristics of a cult itself.
Sure.
So that people can kind of connect the dots and for themselves say, does this fit? Does this fit? Does this fit? And so one of those is classically an authoritarian and charismatic leader that you can't question. Now, in the woke left cult checks off almost all of the cult characteristics, except for that one, with that one exception. But it checks off enough to be classified as a cult. But Candace is, a lot of these cult of personalities, they're built around a personality. They're built around a person. They're built around a charismatic person. So that's one of the first characteristics. Excessive devotion from the cult members, excessive devotion and unquestioning faith. I think you can see that clearly if you've watched 22 episodes. She does something I've never seen before. Maybe other people do it, but she was the first person I saw doing this. She reads only effusive praise of herself pretty much at the end of each episode. She closes each episode reading effusive praise. It's very different than going through and reading certain comments or questions. A lot of people read, there's questions, there's comments. Yes, there's praise. I love your show.
Hit that like button.
But you read other stuff, and I read stuff from people who disagree with me, things like that, and then challenge it. She ends it with just effusive praise of dear leader, right? And so people who are in the cult come to learn that if you want to have your comment read, like you better step it up, so it becomes more and more effusive. You're going to save us. God protect you. Protect this woman at all costs. That kind of stuff. So extreme devotion, isolation. is another characteristic. Isolation and this real us versus them mentality. She's very skilled at this. She clipped my show and kind of.
Candace, if you're gonna be an FBI agent, you got to be a lot more tough than that. You coming off like you real weak and no spine type thing. You're already scared to face Erica Kirk or TPUSA on Monday. If you're gonna be an FBI agent, Candace, you got to be a lot more tough than this. You got to grow a spine, girl. You can't make this up.
Made fun of this as if she didn't understand it.
Tell us who the shooter is, Candace.
She uses inclusive language, meaning she speaks for we and us instead of for me and I.
God.
So she speaks for the cult, and not just the cult. If you've seen her shows, you've seen her speak for the world. She will say, instead of saying, I want to know this, she'll say, the world wants to know this, the world this, right? And she'll often say, we, like recently she told her cult not to vote, and how instead of saying, I don't care about the midterms, she's like, we don't care about the midterms. It's like she's giving you your opinion, we and us. And she's always talking about her efforts to crack the case and discover the real killer or whatever in that we and us language. We are doing this, us, we, us. So there's a lot of that. A high degree of information control. As you mentioned, she has not even read the charging documents, and her cult is not familiar with them. She managed to have CNN, which is a laughingstock of a propaganda channel. They managed to humiliate her because she didn't know what was in the indictment. She didn't know
text messages. Yeah,
she did not realize they were text messages, and she just said a lie that, oh well, I know they're not, one of the reasons I know they're not real is because this Discord said they weren't, and the CNN reporter's like, they're not Discord messages, they're text messages. And then she just repeated her lie. So they're not getting real information. Manipulation and high control.
And she's very vague and ambiguous when she was talking about these messages coming from this Harry person, whom I know does not exist, but she won't say that. She said messages, then chats, and then she said messages and then chat. And I said, oh, she's talking about text messages. Her cult was trying to say emails. I don't care if it's an email or a text. Post them all. And then when she posts something, she crosses out the email. It could have been from Candace Owens tip line to Candace Owens tip line. She's got 2 tip line email addresses. I just in case no one has noticed that. She has Candace tip line, and then it's like Candace tip line 2 or something like that. She could easily log into one tip line and email herself at the other tip line. And then just cross it out. And because her cult thinks whatever, they just take whatever she says and goes with it. She'll cross it out and say, well, this person wants to remain confidential. Never mind the fact that she is a huge proponent of doxing. She doesn't care about doxing a college kid because they're wearing a green hoodie. And the kid didn't even have to respond. What if that kid would have just ignored her and they're not active on Twitter like that? And they just ignored her. Or they never saw her comment. People would have been coming after him because he had on a green hoodie. And she said, that's suspicious. Candace, I find it very suspicious that you won't tell us who the shooter is. And you obsess over the FBI, claiming you hate them. But yet, you could send a text message to some high-ranking FBI agent about an assassination attempt. Candace, how much they paying you in the FBI? How much they paying you?
Role tactics. So one of the ways she manipulates is she's always
vague
insinuating that her life is in danger and that the cult needs to protect her. And it's really her cult members.
Why? She's got the entire FBI.
Are becoming more radicalized over time. We've already seen one of them arrested for making death threats to some of her targets. Multiple targets of hers. There was a shooting outside a Tim Pool studio. I'm not going to speculate, but many have. Like, is this related to him? Suddenly, he's criticizing her now too. Who knows? But I do think
I shared, and it wasn't the only one, but I shared one message that was going around that was a clearly a threat, and it was in support of Candace against some. It's on my X profile. But that is definitely going around, and you see how rabid. Like I said this in the video. Like, I've been doing politics for a long time. We've always been a gun channel, but I've always pushed conservative politics. And we've had the liberals, and we've like Antifa come on here and talk all kinds of smack. This is like 50x the level of crazy. and abusive language and intent and, like organized character assassination like I've never seen. It's like nothing I've ever seen. It's just simple as that. It's much worse.
It's wicked. I get hate mail. I've been getting hate mail for 8 years from leftists, from the white nationalists, the Fuentes types, from both sides, extremists, right?
Yeah.
The hate mail I get from Cantifa, that's the new pun I heard. The hate mail I get from Cantifa is so malicious. There's something very dark about it. And I can talk to, generally speaking, I can talk to people in most cults. I don't automatically block someone because they're in the woke left or what people are calling the woke right or anti-Semite, whatever. I can talk to QAnon people, whoever. But
Candace is not a journalist. 1, 2. Who's the shooter? That's what she was supposed to be looking into. Tell us who the shooter is. Can you tell her to tell us who the shooter is already and get it over with? It's been months. She should be telling us who the shooter is because that's what she said she was going to do. How dare you let your cult leader fail this bad? It's been 3 months, 4 months, 3 to 4 months. And she can't tell us who the shooter is and show a photo. You actually believe that someone can see a transponder cut off on a plane and they're not in the plane or in the tower? It's a complicated thing called an air traffic control tower. It's something you may not be familiar with, but why can't she show the full email if this person is coming forward? Harry Meyer could be any Harry Meyer. How do we know it's the same person that checked into that hotel? Where's the photo of the green pickup truck? All these distractions she throw out there. Who is the shooter? That is what Candace Owens is supposed to be telling us. And she's failing to do so. Miserably. So tell your cult leader to stay on task, stay on track, and tell us who the shooter is. That's all we want. That's it. She's not a journalist. It's laughable to think that she's got a source. George does not count as your source, Candace. Coming up with names that you probably gave to your stuffed animals. That's not a source. Harry Meyer might not even be a real person. If you try to find this person, you might be looking at the wrong Harry Meyer because that is a common, Harry is a common name. That's why I don't look into that stuff. I don't look into what a cult leader says because they lie like hell. She should be telling us exactly who he is if he's coming forward. That's if he ever comes forward. I thought she was supposed to be naming names from Turning Point USA. Candace, tell us who the shooter is. Tell us who the shooter is. Give us the name and the photo of the shooter.
I can't talk to these people. They it's that level of malice that they've adopted from her.
I know.
And I don't want to have anything to do with them.
They're
I think they're
idiots.
potentially dangerous. So yeah, the manipulation. Well, so it's funny that list that I wrote of cult tactics that she uses, I included on there. I think number 6 was that she's always insinuating that her life is in danger, and the cult picks up on that, and then it brings out this rabid.
Yep.
It's meant to bring this out, and it does bring out this rabid defense of her, like this sort of just over the top emotion and anger and hatred. And that was 20 days before she ramped up and then said this crazy story about how France is trying to, took out a hit on her for $1.5 million and she knows who did it and she's got all the receipts. Of course, she never shares receipts of any of this. But
yeah, no, of course.
So it's like I wrote that and then 20 days later, she took it to the extreme, that example. Another is financial.
Then she went to Dollywood right after.
Then she went to Dollywood. Then she went to a celebrity-studded Christmas bash.
Yeah,
as you do
I
when
forgot about that.
assassins are. I just find it laughable. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Candy called us.
And she sent the text message instead of sending an actual email to the FBI. She sent a text message that she got no response from. That's what I would do if I thought myself in my, like, all joking aside, like some of the stuff is a little funny, but all joking aside, folks, ask yourself, if you thought your life was in danger, would you just send a text message to some random FBI person that you know, or would you actually send an email to make sure that was documented? And then me.
Well, I wouldn't send an email. We'll file a formal complaint so that you can upload your exhibits and all of that. It gives you confirmation at the end. But she could have just, sent an email to one of her colleagues at the FBI, right? Candace, anything you can do, I can do 1,000 times better because you're not even smart enough to keep up. Period. The same level of inference and assumptions and stuff that she makes here, we're just asking questions, Candace. Are you working with the FBI here to distract from the actual shooter? Because it seems like you're just trying to get Tyler Robinson off. You want it to be a mistrial. You want him to be found not guilty. You do not want that boy going to jail. You just damn don't. Tell us who the shooter is, Candace. She went to Dollywood, but not to Charlie Kirk's memorial service because the FBI. But she went to Dollywood because of France. Make that make sense. Candace Owens, you dumb heifer. You went to Dollywood because France, but you did not go to Charlie Kirk's memorial service because the FBI. Make that make sense?
I'm not even big on
She's
social
more
media.
scared of France
If I
than
really
the
thought that was going
FBI.
on top of that, I would show you the receipt of, hey, here's my email. I would show you that. I would show you that it was sent, and I would show you the acknowledgement of said
You can't
email.
make this
We got none
up.
of those
Yes.
things.
I've filed 2 police reports for threats, as people do when you're online. And I did that just
Oh,
to have a
Lord.
paper trail. And,
Yes,
where, where's her report? Another tactic is financial exploitation. I think you've covered that really well.
yeah.
I mean, she's making bank pissing on the grave of Charlie Kirk and trying to destroy the right. And I don't think she has any scruples about that. She's willing to make money doing that. I saw one
Candace
report
only
that said
cares
she's
about
making
herself.
millions. It was either a week or per month. Either way, it's an insane amount of money. And it makes me think of that Bible verse about winning the whole world but losing your soul. Like at what cost?
Shout out to Straight Out of Context. She did cover the amount of money that Candace Owens was making from her YouTube videos. And that wasn't including the supers. It was just based on, the views, the likes, the engagement, and her subscribers, her subs. She was making 6 figures at least per video. And that's not including the supers or the sponsors or money sent to other payment methods like her Cash App or PayPal, if she has any of that, or the money she's earning from the merchandise sale, because she has merch, she has books, so she's making all this money, being a cult leader, and she's defaming people and doxing people simply because they criticize her, which people have the right to do. Candace, you got to have a spine to work for the FBI.
So there's definitely financial exploitation of the cult. The cult, there's all that she's always hawking the merch and there's always the spot. What's crazy is when she'll be in her very malicious mode where she's looks to me to be very sadistic while she's going after one of these many targets that she has, these people that Charlie was close with. She'll be in that kind of gleeful, sadistic mode, and then she'll just switch into like, I buy my meat from such and such farms. And I'm like, so she like turns on a dime. It's so creepy. But financial exploitation.
Yeah, because she does this for a PR stunt. She has no feelings or emotions involved. Candace doesn't care. She's a soulless miscreant from hell. She doesn't care. She doesn't feel anything about Erica Kirk saying, I'm getting death threats, kidnapping threats. I've got these kids. They're under a protection order already. Candace doesn't care. Her fan base, her cult members are willing to go out and send death threats or send kidnapping threats to kidnap the children. What do the children have to do with any of this? Why would anyone want to kidnap the kids again? You know how disgusting that is, how sadistic that is, and she doesn't even denounce that behavior. Candace, you failed to denounce the actions of Nicholas Ray, the second individual that's now in jail for sending online death threats. You don't even speak of it and denounce it. You refuse to get your cult members in check. Why don't you try telling your cult members, because they're going to believe whatever you say, don't go out sending death threats trying to defend me. I will disown you. you're going to get kicked out the cult. Can't make this up.
Mind-numbing techniques. This is one that I think was covered in that video you talked about. I think he may have called it something else, but that she mind numbs the cult. It's the kitchen sink technique where
Candace
you throw
is
so many
mind-numbing.
pieces of information out there that a person, if you watch an episode, you're like, wait, what's happening? What is this? You're tracing, none of it relates, but it's that she overwhelms them with crap and they can't think straight.
No,
they don't think at
all.
all.
Watch her show and take notes. I'm like, wait, what just happened? Like now we're talking about something else completely. It's so incoherent. Anyways, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. But
it's fine. Please interrupt me. It's a lot to get through, so please feel free to interrupt me. The other is the sense of special purpose. One cult characteristic is that the cult has a sense of a special divine purpose, and she's always hammering this home that she's David, and the cult reinforces they know what to say back to her in their effusive praise that she reads out about herself. It's, you're our David, and it's all of that kind of stuff.
Yep.
They have a special purpose. They're gonna, we're gonna solve this case. We're the only ones who care. I'm the only real friend he had. It's that special purpose, special mission. And cult leaders often have special knowledge, secret Gnostic knowledge, right? She's got that special knowledge. One of the most disgusting things I've seen her do is to create a ghost Charlie, essentially, by saying that Charlie came to her in a dream and told her that he was betrayed by everyone close to him. So you're putting words in his mouth from beyond the grave, which I think is vile. And then on top of that, she will take stuff like that she's created and later she'll add to it. So I saw her in one of the episodes I watched. She was going after Lila Rose, who is a conservative Christian and anti-abortion speaker. She decided to go after Lila Rose that day. There's always people she's going after. And in the course of that, she was attacking Lila Rose and another woman, I forget her name. And she said, and by the way, she just threw in as an aside, it's basically the fallacy where you appeal to authority, and the authority is Ghost Charlie, like her dream. She goes, oh, by the way, this is one of the people that Charlie warned me about in the dream. And
you can't make this up. And of course, the Bible speaks of that, but the cult members don't care about the word of God because they see Candace Owens as God now. They see her as Jesus Christ. So they don't care about the actual Bible, where the real true Jesus Christ, who died on the cross and shed his blood for our sins, has already taught about, you walking around talking about you're seeing dead spirits. That is an unfamiliar spirit. It is a witchcraft. Summoning up someone who's deceased. You can't make this up. When Saul did that with Samuel in the Bible speaks of that as being a form of witchcraft. An unfamiliar spirit. So she's openly telling people about this unfamiliar spirit that the Bible has referred to as witchcraft. And she openly speaks about it like it's a good thing. And they eat that up. All that demonic, evil, witchcraft nonsense, her cult members eat that up because they're cults and bots.
Just added that in. It's sick to do that.
Next thing you know, she's going to have some golden tablets that she can only read.
Yeah. So that's kind of a summary. I mean, we can get into any of those tablets. Yes.
Yeah. So it is. And again, I'm disappointed that so many people aren't able to see through this. And I thought, again, for 2 months, I'm like, okay, people are going to catch on. Now we're talking about Egyptian planes. We don't even, even the Egyptian planes, I'm getting ready to do a whole show on that. Like what she's presenting is not what is actually happening. The flight paths and the overlaps that she's saying happen actually don't happen the way that she says they happen. And I don't even understand, all this was going on for 2 years before Charlie, allegedly decided that he was going to break away from the Israeli cause. So like what was going on with that prior to? They were just, keeping tabs on Erica. And then we still don't understand how it actually relates to what happened to Charlie Kirk. And it doesn't have to. It's just, again, it's like you said, she includes everybody. She deputizes all these people so they get to, and these bored housewives and bored people. And now they got something to look forward to, and they can help, and they can send messages, and they can do some sleuthing on the internet. Like, how about, my biggest problem with her is like, why has she not gone to UVU herself? If she is such an investigator, why has she not interviewed people? Why has she not done all of those things? How about you get off your pampered ass and you actually go do some footwork and go do some things if you really care about this investigation, as opposed to just sitting there waiting for sources to tell you everything and to present them, completely unvetted sources. And it's a scam. It's a con. and it's disappointing to people seeing people fall for it. And while I do think she is a threat to this country in many different ways, it is an indicator that we are primed for much worse things. If you can be tricked by her, as unsophisticated as she is, you can be tricked very easily by more sophisticated people. And now you're willing to believe anything because of your predisposed biases, whatever you got going on there.
Yes, I think one of the consequences of all of our institutions betraying us, the American people, and I mean by that, I mean our media institutions, the government, education, academia, entertainment, like all of our institutions betraying us and lying to us and gaslighting us for years, which a lot of people finally woke up to in the past 10 years. I think one consequence of that is that some, not all, some of those people who woke up to all of that just did a slingshot into putting all of this blind faith into
everything that's not that.
Yeah. Yes, into influencers. And the thing is, like, if you don't have a strong foundation, I believe, I mean, I know non-believers will disagree with me, but I believe that if you don't have a strong foundation and belief, and you put that faith where it belongs, which is in our Creator, there's a difference between faith and trust. Like, I think trust is something that people can earn based on habits. Like, if you're habitually prove yourself to be a person with integrity and good behavior, like, then I will give you more I will trust you more naturally. And if you betray that trust, like you said, I used to retweet Candace's stuff. I used to like what she was doing, but she's betrayed that trust. And so I can stop supporting, because I think this is awful what she's doing. But the people who can't stop, it's like they mistook faith for trust. They put faith in her.
Yeah.
And faith is really, like, you don't want to put that in a human being, I don't think.
Yeah. No, I mean, faith is the belief in something without evidence. And that's what's going on with her. And the problem is like, you can show someone the clear evidence that she's lying time and time again, and they will make excuses for her. They will bend themselves in a mental pretzel, doing these mental gymnastics, trying to justify why it was okay for her to do that. And they will parse everything you say. They'll parse everything that TPUSA says. They will hold them to account for the simplest, most.
That's why I don't put faith in an alien. Candace already says she's an alien, so we're gonna go with that. Candace, you're an alien. No one owes you faith or loyalty or anything. No one owes you some deity blind worship. No one has to look at you as Jesus Christ. We're not doing that over here in the Lady Luck Club anyway. You got your cult members. I don't know why you won't just go ahead and start your own commune in another country. Perhaps another continent. Or you can take it to Russia where you really want to go. But either way, no one owes you that. Faith is the substance of hope, of things hoped for, and the evidence of things not seen. Candace, we can see you in videos 4 to 5 days a week. And no one owes you a hope of anything happening. You won't even tell us who the shooter is. And that was your only goal, your only mission. Tell us who the shooter is. And you won't even do that. So, no one owes her hope, faith, or anything.
Bizarre things. But they will not hold her responsible for anything that she gets wrong or any lie that she says. And that's what's crazy. And that's where we run into an issue. And folks, I believe there are lots of government conspiracies.
Yep.
And the reason I believe that is because I now have evidence of those conspiracies. Whether we're talking about, I think there's a good possibility. I don't think it's conclusive. I think it's a good possibility that JFK was killed by our own government. I believe that's a really good possibility. But in my own lifetime, we've seen COVID. We were lied to left and right. That was a misinformation, disinformation operation all the way around. And I think the scope of it and the reasons behind it are even bigger than what we see on the face of it. We were told that, if you take this vaccine, you will not get COVID. You cannot spread COVID. We know that was a lie. The 2020 election. Look, I think there is really good evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. And I think there's lots of good evidence as to why that isn't being pursued. That was a government conspiracy. MK Ultra, Midnight Climax. There's lots. Our government has a clear record of lying to us. That being said, as much as the government lies, social media lies too. And the only way that we can figure, and by the way, the government doesn't always lie. Social media doesn't always lie. And the way that we can parse through these things and be able to have good discernment is using logic and evidence. And when we have something that has a lot of evidence over here, but it's coming from a source that we don't like as opposed to, hey, I like this source over here, but there's no evidence, you got to go with the one that has the most evidence. Like, that's just how these things work. And either this source over here is it.
You're trying to tell cult members to believe evidence from somebody they don't like. We're not trying to reprogram their mindset, because they would have to actually watch the video of someone they don't like to get the evidence to begin with. And since they don't read on their own or research on their own, because that would be showing dissent, it's like they never find out. They never ever come across the information they need to know. Even when they're copying and pasting comments here in my chat, they're not even paying attention to what's being said or the information they can read for themselves about why they're in a cult. Their job is just to come over here to copy and paste these comments, hoping that it'd influence someone. And then they go to the next video, or they leave and come back, and they do that back and forth thing. I'm leaving, and then they turn around and come right back. They don't come over here to learn anything. They're not learning from people who can actually give them evidence. But then they turn around and ask for evidence. You see the stupidity of how they think? They ask for something that's already been stated in, 4 or 5 videos ago? Of course, they're not going to watch it because they don't like you. So they put like over facts. Facts in our world here on Earth supersede feelings. And facts doesn't care about Candace Owens' feelings. But to her and her cult, their feelings mean more than facts. And then they want everyone else to show them facts. No. Learn how to read. I don't pamper the cult at all. And bots are irrelevant. I mean, they're bots. You can make this stuff up. Let me get a few supers in right quick. We got Jay the Informant up in here. Shout out to you, Jay. Thank you so much. I appreciate the supers. I appreciate the memberships you guys are grabbing. Thank you all so much. It's an absolute blessing. I really do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. You guys have no idea. And it does help towards the channel and the expenses of the channel. We have the $49 StreamYard. That's every month. The $70 Xfinity internet bill. This is for, ensuring that you guys are getting great quality content here. And I appreciate, any support here in the LLC. I really do. Let's see here. And I put up the links to resources and information that I come across. I mean, it's a Google search, but I do try to take time to make sure it fits and flows in with the content, because, we do want to make sure that the things that are being said is substantiated with some level of documentation and facts. So I don't personally expect the cult members to read Britannica.com. But for those who do want to know where the information is coming from that I speak of in the LLC, I do post the links in the chat, and I also post the resources in the description of my videos so that you can go and see the information there as well. Shout out to USO Ship. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it, and welcome. It's going to be a lot of fun for you guys in the next couple hours, because I'm going to be cutting down live streams and posting up, shorter videos, so you guys can enjoy those videos. Care Bear is a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for getting a membership and your kind contributions. We got a $5 super for Brad Bowen. Shout out to you. Fax Me did a video showing how easy it is to fake text messages. You guys should check it out. Fax Me. Is that the name of the YouTube channel? Let me know. I'll look it up and I'll play it after this, because there are people asking. A couple of people have legitimately asked me, how is she making these fake text messages? The cult members asking that, I can tell, because they just copy and paste, and even when you answer it, they still go back and copy and paste the same question. So that, they don't really care. Like I said, they're not trying to get facts. They're just trying to push a narrative. Let me know if that is the name of the YouTube channel. Fax Me. Or if that's a website. Maybe that's a website. I just want to be able to pull it up, because I definitely want to show that. Let's see here. So shout out to you. Thank you for that $5 super and for letting us know. And S Files has dropped the link, the YouTube channel link for Jay the Informant. Make sure you guys go check out Jay the Informant. Show some love to another fantastic content creator. And we do try our best to make sure that fellow content creators get, the support that they deserve. And I appreciate Jay the Informant for tuning in. Let's get back to it, y'all.
Incorrect. They're lying to you, or they just getting things wrong, whatever's going on there. But you can't trade mountains of evidence for something that has zero evidence. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of evidence against, whether we're talking about the Charlie Kirk assassination or any other situation. That's how you get fooled. And it's our own biases. We're our own enemy. Our preconceived notions are what is utilized and manipulated to fool us. And people are much more aware. Look, foreign adversaries and political adversaries are extremely aware that Americans don't trust their government. And they're going to capitalize and exploit that to no end. And they will get you believing crazy things that are not true, that are that will harm you, that will harm our country, even worse than what's going on. And it's not good. And we've got to wake up and we've got to be smart about this.
Mm-hmm. I have a fascination clearly with cults and cult tactics. And I don't know if you've kept tabs on where the QAnon cult has gone recently. Do you know what they believe now?
Well,
yeah, they moved over to Candace. They're now.
I've provided so much facts. I've gone over all of her lawsuits. I've gone over her arrest that she's had in 2000, I believe it was 2007, where she was arrested for harassment. And she was still a minor. She was in high school. I've gone over facts and information. I literally have dropped links in the chat. Once again, you're not reading. If you're going to be incompetent, then just say you are. How many videos have I gone over where I have literally covered facts? I've reached out to University of Rhode Island about her degrees. And I shared that email. And I didn't redact anything. And I literally said, if you want to confirm if a degree was awarded, you can ask about that without invading upon her educational records, because that's not the goal. It was simply to confirm if a degree was awarded. And I posted that up. These are in other videos on my channel in the playlist. This is what I mean. They don't watch anything. They don't listen to anything. They don't read anything. They just come in and out of a video. They have no idea what other content has been done, how much evidence has been poured out here from the LLC. And no, even if I were to show you the facts right now, just like I've done with the link to Britannica.com, so that you can read about cult of personality, you won't do it. So what's the point in even making this comment other than to be distracting? Tell Candace to tell us who the shooter is. Because she's got all the answers. She's supposed to be investigating that, even though she's not licensed and certified as an investigator.
100%.
A lot of them have moved to Candace. Yes, the ones who are still, like, specifically in that QAnon world, though, they believe, because a lot of people have left because they kept promising these big reveals, right? There's this big payoff at the end, kind of like with Heaven's Gate cult. There was supposed to be all these different big payoffs, like, oh, the spaceship's going to come behind the asteroid and take us all away. Every time one of these big payoffs doesn't happen, they have to come up with some reason why it didn't happen, and then they have to move the goalpost and have another big payoff that's coming, right? When they do that, a number of people
revealing that he's actually alive.
Yes, they believe he's going to reveal he's alive.
I have some friends that I used to work with that are smart, intelligent people. And they were like, Gary, I'm telling you, you're going to see it.
Me too.
He's JFK Jr. He's still alive. And just wait when, Trump gets elected, or I don't even remember what the timeline was. And I'm like, and you start questioning yourself about, you're like, am I the only one that
Yeah.
Like, what am I missing here? Because maybe I'm missing something and he is alive. And I'm not in the know. I want to be in the know too. I want to see JFK Jr.
Special knowledge and special purpose, right? That's what it offers you. Look, I have a friend who's like I said, I'll talk to QAnon people. I don't think they're dangerous like the candy cultists. And like you said, there's a big overlap. Some of them have moved to the candy cult, but in QAnon. Like they believe that. They believe that pretty much everybody in the public eye,
They don't
Trump,
believe in
Hillary,
dinosaurs and
Biden,
QAnon.
they think they're all actors or clones. They think the real Trump has
Oh
been
God.
secretly running things behind the scenes during all of Biden's presidency, that all the people in the public eye are actors, and that the real, like the fake Trump, they keep saying, now they're saying the fake Trump is going to exit the movie. They call it the movie soon. And then the real Trump's going to come out from the shadows, and there's going to be mass arrests around the country, and we're going to find out that they were holding secret military tribunals and they've executed Hillary and Biden. Like they've really gone, because they had the big.
Yeah, wait a minute. What? Oh God. So they don't believe the earth is round. They don't believe dinosaurs are real. The moon landing is fake. So Candace Owens is a QAnon theorist? Is that what I'm getting out of this, Candace? You're a QAnon person now? You can't make this up. Look how ridiculous this whole conspiracy is here. They'll never be able to prove it. You know what I say to those who believe that the earth is flat and not round? Fly your ass to outer space and go take photos for yourself. That'll solve it. Don't expect everyone else to prove something to you. Go fly out of space and then go take a look at what the earth looks like from outer space in a spaceship. I'm sure Elon Musk doesn't mind allowing you to use a couple of his rocket ships or whatever. Go look at it. And then you can go and record and film and take photos of what the earth looks like and then bring those images back so we can all see. They don't believe NASA. They don't believe anything. It's like they don't believe life is real. Why be here on Earth then? I don't know why live on Earth. Figure out how to spark life on Mars and go to another planet. Like that's the stuff that requires people to be studied, really. Their brains should be studied. Like an experiment. They should be studied. These people take this stuff to their graves. They never even just stop to appreciate and bless God for life itself. They're too busy questioning everything in life to where they can't even appreciate the simple things about life. And most of them call themselves Christians here. It's an insult. You can't take time to stop and bless God for waking up and being able to still walk and talk and have the use and activities of your limbs. Can't say you in your right mind, but whatever. You just can't go outside, close your eyes and breathe deep and exhale and appreciate the fact that your lungs are working properly. You got to question life itself. You think you're in a matrix. I mean, it's the epitome of not enjoying life. Everything's a question about life to where you don't believe that the life you're living is even real. So how do you expect God to believe that you appreciate it? You can't make this up. These same people won't study science and understand how intricate their cardiovascular system is, though. God says you're welcome. You can't make this up.
The big thing they're promising has to keep getting bigger, and they have to explain why the previous big thing didn't happen yet. Well, Candace is doing that with her cult. She's promising this big payoff of, I'm going to find the real killer. And I'm just wondering how she's going. I know she's going to come up with some excuse
What is she going to tell us
about why she didn't solve it. But I wonder how many people she's going to shed from the cult when that happens. Because she'll shift it to some other big thing. Now there's this other new payoff.
It was about 20-30%. This is the thing. This is the conversation I keep having on a daily basis, where people are texting me, messaging me, DMing me, like, Gary, wait till these people see the trial. They're all going to see what fools they were. Folks, if you believe that, you are disillusioned.
Let me go back. Because I think the cult members are missing what's happening here. Let's go back.
And Biden, like they've really gone, because they had the big thing they're promising has to keep getting bigger, and they have to explain why the previous big thing didn't happen yet. Well, Candace is doing that with her cult. She's promising this big payoff of, I'm going to find the real killer. And
there you go. Candace has said that 1,000 times. I'm going to find the real killer. It's been 4 months since September 10th. Candace, who's the real killer? Why are your cult members still asking mundane questions? You should be answering for them. If you're finding the real killer, she should be telling you about bullets and the various grains of bullets. Not just 30-06. No, she should be giving you more details about the various types of 30-06 based on the grains. Like I've had to learn from my Luxers here in the LLC. I'm not a gun enthusiast. They know that. So they impart information and they share it in the code. It's been 3 months and she can't tell us who this killer is, what weapon was used, the type of bullet and the grain of the bullet, the path he took, the DNA left behind, the images, the fingerprints, the footprints, the imaging scans from facial recognitions. Exactly where he was wearing, car he got in, the make and model, the license plate number. She's not able to tell us anything like that. If she doesn't believe Tyler Robinson did it, then she should be telling us who did it and giving evidence, because this is what she was supposed to be investigating for 3 months. And yet she's still asking a question about who killed Charlie Kirk. You're supposed to be answering that question. So to the cult members, keep your cult leader on the right path. That is what she was supposed to be doing, telling you all who the killer is. I'm going to find the real killer, is what Candace Owens said. Thousands of times. We're going to get down to the bottom of this investigation. She said all of that. And none of you are questioning why after 3 months she can't tell you about the bullet. You're questioning all the other content creators, but not your cult leader, who's supposed to be the one solving the crime. Make that make sense. Your question shouldn't be directed to us, because people who are looking up the actual information about bullets and different grains of the bullets, you're not listening to us, because you got to hear from your cult leader, right? She's the only one that can tell you information. She's the only one that's going to convince you of anything. Never mind the fact that I've literally covered information about the gun, the weapon, the significance of the distance that the shooter was in the beginning of my reporting and research on this Charlie Kirk assassination. I even brought up the shooter from the University of Texas Tower and the similarities in that. I gave a historical context that was comparable to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Candace keeps talking about JFK because of a conspiracy. I brought up the University of Texas shooter because of the distance that this person was able to hit his targets from. And it was more than just one person. There was a comparable analysis done for that specific purpose of me bringing up that historical context. She brings up JFK to further a dumb conspiracy about, oh, they just wanted the president dead so that the vice president can step in and do some things. But never talks about the difficulty of being able to shoot someone in a moving vehicle. Because science and physics, she can't get technical on anything. You want us to tell you about a bullet when we've already done that? She brings up a video of people shooting at what looks like gelatin, mock human bodies or something like that. And they only use one type of bullet, but never speaks about the various grains of a 30-06 bullet. So based on the grains, you're talking about the quality of materials, being able to, based on information from no reply, can fly faster. It might explain the actual entry wound being small. She said that herself. When she says anything that could actually corroborate the idea that maybe the bullet was not that big, she doesn't reiterate that at all and tries to piece the puzzle together. No, she goes back to her conspiracy because that's what's bringing in the views, clicks, likes, and the money. It's a matter of science. If you have a small bullet, even if it's flying or able to go at a faster speed, it could very well go into the neck and then be slowed down or stopped by bones, especially in the spinal cord. It's going to do some damage to the spinal cord, but more than likely could explain why there was no exit wound. Because the bullet could have broken up into fragments while breaking down the vertebral disc in the spine. Because that is scientifically possible. There are other case studies where that has happened. Shout out to Artie Trolls. He went through 3 of them. So this is based on real science and medicine, real case studies. But she doesn't bring that stuff up. You have content creators giving you information, but you're not watching them because you don't like them, because they're not Candace Owens. And you're believing what she says, as opposed to, all right, let me watch someone else and see, let me just Google the subject and see what videos come up about this particular subject and keep my mind open this way. Or if she's saying something, it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Let me look up a 30-06 and the various grains of that bullet. It's just a matter of doing a Google search. But even when other content creators puts this information together for you and present evidence, what I'm not going to do is keep repeating what I've already said. I have a whole playlist. It's funny how cult members come in here and they, all you do is talk about this one thing. Never mind, I have a whole channel for 5 years, 6 years now of other topics I cover because they don't even look. I'm not the cult leader. I don't want to be. But little basic things like that, they won't even do. So, of course, they're not going to research something more complex. Of course, they're not. They're a cult. But they won't even keep her straight about what she's supposed to be doing. She said to them, she will find the killer herself. She doesn't care about this investigation in the state of Utah with the prosecutors. So I don't expect her to cover the murder trial because she doesn't care. She said these things out of her mouth in her videos. And then they perpetuate that, but then they forget she said it when a content creator is debunking her ass. Funny how that works. Like she said, Erica Kirk is the only one with the power and the capacity to tell her to stop. Now it's, oh no, she said stop lying. No, she said stop. She's lying about the rest of it. But that's what narcissists do. Let's twist up this narrative to death. It's insane.
I'm just wondering how she's going. I know she's going to come up with some excuse.
What is she going to tell us
about why she didn't solve it? But I wonder how many people she's going to shed from the cult when that happens. Because she'll shift it to some other big
all
thing.
The cult.
No, now there's this other new
It was about 20-30%. This is the thing. This is the conversation I keep having on a daily basis where people are texting me, messaging me, DMing me like, Gary, wait till these people see the trial. They're all going to see what fools they were. Folks, if you believe that, you are disillusioned. Let me tell you something. No matter what evidence is presented at the trial, a large majority, there will be some that'll be like, okay, I was wrong. But 80% of them are going to deny every bit of evidence at the trial. The same way that they're look, if you just look at the charging documents, all right, and you look at what's in there, and you look at what they have for evidence, and you look, this evidence is, number one, going to be assessed by the defense. It's going to be cross-examined by the defense. They're going to be able to put this, they're going to get their own experts on all this evidence, and they're going to be able to prove that it's incorrect if it is indeed incorrect. Unless you also believe that his trial lawyer, and there's a bunch of people, like this whole thing's a sham, it's all artificial.
That's what they believe.
Then there's no hope because there's no evidence that's real.
What happened with Artie Trolls? He can't go live anymore. Could what now? He can't go live anymore? Did he get did he strike his channel? You gotta be kidding me, man. Artie Troll said, I worked too hard for this. You can't make this up. He can't go live? That's crazy. Wow. So he's just gonna do pre-recorded videos. Can he post? Said they are suppressing conservative channels again and boosting hers. Probably. Because that's what they do. And you got this stupid YouTube algorithm. Because she's got so many bots and cult members where unless you're praising the ground she walks on, you know, you're not, they're gonna go in and try to do whatever they can to get your videos banned or stricken down. And I mean, even just spamming the chat, they do that, knowing that YouTube is probably gonna pick all that up. How did he ended up not being able to live stream? That's crazy. They copy and paste stuff like this, like we owe them an answer. It's so crazy. I absolutely appreciate Tatum being a friend, but could have just said she's wrong, but left a long letter supporting her. What was that for? Wow. For 1 week? He can't live stream for 1 week? That's crazy. YouTube is acting up. Let's get in. I think I got a couple more supers. I did. Aw. Thank you, Brad, for the $5 super. She's teaching young, impressionable people that they can't get ahead with hard work because the Zionists conspire to thwart their lives. Exactly. Candace doesn't even believe in higher education, but yet she's an elite herself. Let's not forget now, these people that she's influencing, they walk around reiterating she's rich and wealthy while they're not. They're broke as hell, giving up half their paychecks to her in supers just so that they can have their comments read. And it still doesn't happen. The more money they drop, I guess, the higher chance that, they have of her reading their comment. But this girl has what? Her and Boys Club valued at over $245 million. $245 million. And that's the maximum point. But yet, they're sitting here giving her half their paychecks. Explain it. That's what happens in a cult. The cult leader demands that everyone comes in and gives up all their possessions so that everyone is under this illusion that they're all being treated equally and that the cult leader loves all of them equally, when that's never the case. Cult leader only loves themselves. They don't care about the cult. If she cared, she would at least give some basic information on this stuff, or at least tell us who the shooter is, because that's what she was supposed to be doing. But she doesn't care about people being educated. Cult leaders want their cult members to be stupid. They want them to be illiterate. They want them to be enslaved to them. They want them to abandon the idea of critical thinking and asking questions, showing dissent. They want that. That way, it's easier for them to be controlled and manipulated, to be gaslit. That's what cult leaders want. Why would Jim Jones want 500 some plus people to start questioning him about why did you bring us out here to South America to start this commune? Why aren't we in the US? Why can't you just work with members of the legislative branch of government to help laws get passed to help people of all races? Because he was, big on socialism and all. Why didn't you go about it doing it the right way? Why did you have to fly us all out here, make us give up our homes, our families, isolate ourselves? Why did we have to do all of that? Just so we can feel like we're being treated equally, when you could have just done it by lobbying the senators, the congressmen, to help pass laws and bills that would help all people be able to have a better quality of life. No. What does he do? The moment that senator landed out there with the news media to do that interview, people died that same damn day. over 500 people, including children and babies, lost their lives at Jonestown, the People's Sound. And this cult leader wasn't even bold enough to drink the damn Kool-Aid. He made his son put a bullet in the back of his head. He couldn't take that agonizing long death that everyone else had to endure. He couldn't even go out the same way. The moment the media went out, did the interview, and exposed what was happening, people were wanting to leave. Jim Jones made all these people take their lives and took the lives of those children and babies because they were innocent. As opposed to leaving them alone. Nope. They took the lives of all those children and all those babies. Candace is not going to cut off anybody. If anything, she'll be mad if they try to leave because cult leaders can't handle rejection. They can't handle it. They don't know what that's like. They're used to being praised and idolized and worshipped. So she's not going to be able to handle rejection. That's why they told her, you can come out here and challenge us in person on the 15th, but we're not making exceptions for you because you don't run this. She's not the CEO of Turning Point USA. Erica Kirk is. They don't owe her a link. They don't owe her a virtual session. They owe her nothing. Period. Candace is a spoiled brat who just so happened to now become a cult leader that thinks that everybody owes her something. And when they have to prove her wrong, well, why can't they just do it? Because they don't have to. It's that simple. They owe you nothing. They don't have to. The end. It's their prerogative. They try to affect free will and free speech and freedom of the press when it comes to anything that's not kissing Candace Owens' ass. That's what she wants. You think she's going to want to lose out on that by losing her cult members? They won't even ask her, when are you going to tell us who the killer is? They won't even do that. Just basic questions. They won't do it. So she's going to continue on this whole tirade of trying to keep kids from voting, going to college, doing anything that expresses freedom of speech, free thought, being able to make decisions on your own. She's putting a whole kibosh on that because she's so used to controlling and dictating her cult. And if you don't line up and agree with her, you know, you're a Zionist, you're this, you're that, you're the enemy, you're attacking, blah, blah, blah. Because that's what they do. That's the MO of all cults. Candace is no exception to that. She's not even a good one. You don't see her giving out money, being a philanthropist. You don't see her doing any of that. 98% of her cult members would never be able to actually get in touch with her and say, hey, I need help paying my rent this month. Can you help me out? You got $244 million. She will hang up on that person. They would never be able to get help from her. And it's unfortunate that, you know, people actually listened to her when they were in college, when she was doing these tours. People was listening to her while she dogged out people in school getting degrees because she dropped out. Crazy, right? She wants people to be like her, to think like her, to act like her. The hive mentality. Crazy. Thank you for your super. I appreciate that. It's a blessing, Brad. Thank you so much for that $5 super. Melanie sent the $9.99 super. Thank you so much for all your hard work to expose Candy and her cult. She is a grifter that will go where the money is. Exactly. Her next topic of discussion is going to be on something that she can weaponize and turn into the next best thing. And then feed all that nonsense to her cult again. And then they're just going to, okay, we're over Charlie Kirk. We're not going to find that killer. Oh, okay, gotcha. Now we're talking about what's happening in India. Okay, cool. And it'll be just that simple. They're going to go with her wherever she goes. They're not going to say, nope, you owe us the killer. Nope. We're not moving forward. You owe us who the killer is with Charlie Kirk. No, they'll be talking about something going on in India. Lots of stuff to talk about out there. You can't make this up. They want to know where where he's buried at. Why? It's so crazy. Can Candace be criminalized for anything? This is getting out of hand. Exactly. You know what? The lawsuits is the best way to go. And then if there's something that comes out of it, like her cyber crimes of doxing and harassing and being, slanderous and the defamation, doxing is illegal. Let's say something from those lawsuits are forwarded over to a prosecutor and they ask them to pursue criminal charges for all of this mass, doxing and the cyber harassment, the bullying, the intimidation, the threats, those things that she is not only, sending out marching orders for people to do, she is associating herself with. And they're going to start accusing her. These people that are in jail now, they're going to say we were influenced by Candace Owens. So if they wanted to, they can file. I recommend a lawsuit because they have the right to file it, and no one should be intimidating you from seeking legal recourse in the court of law. Because that's illegal too. But if they were to file lawsuits, then the evidence presented could be forwarded over to a prosecutor to see if they can seek some criminal charges. Candace, doxing is illegal. It's a cybercrime, along with harassment and defamation, and to where you're being slanderous is leading to death threats, kidnapping threats, people's houses being shot at, because we're still asking questions about that. You're sending out marching orders for people to call the authorities if they see Ukrainians. So that's making false police reports. She has no idea what the things she says. A lot of it is her encouraging people to break the law. Unless this Ukrainian is committing a crime, why would you call the authorities? Because you assume they're Ukrainian and they so happen to be in the state of Tennessee. Why would you do that? Yet again, won't tell us who the shooter is. Not getting us any closer to who is the damn shooter, girl. But call the police on these Ukrainians. But we're still asking questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. Why, Candace? You're supposed to be looking it up. She's not a journalist. She's a joke.
You sure don't have any evidence for your palm guns, flying drones that shoot people, tunnels underneath Charlie's seat. We definitely don't have any evidence of French assassins. The thing that pisses me off the most, that really disturbed me with that whole thing, was where she said, I think there was a bunch of National Guard involved. Like, to implicate our men and women in uniform. And also, by the way, how ridiculous it is. She says she doesn't know anything about the military, but then she accuses the military of these things. Like, if the government was going to pull off an assassination plot on Charlie Kirk, they wouldn't use the National Guard. That in of itself is just the most ridiculous thing. And if you believe that, just understand that you don't know what you're talking about, and you believe ridiculous shit without any sort of evidence whatsoever. Just understand that. That's where we are on that. But no matter what is presented, like, they have no evidence, and then there's a lot of evidence against that. Now, there are some things that we don't know for sure that I think are going to be answered at trial that I will agree with you on. And there's some anomalies that haven't been answered yet in this. But just to reject everything just because it comes from the government is silly on its face.
It's silly on its face. And I'm a big true crime follower. I mean, that's mostly the kind of podcasts I listen to and the kind of stuff I watch. It's either cult documentaries or true crime documentaries. And I'm kind of fascinated by the fact that all these people following her, they act as if the trial's already happened. I'm like, are you not even going to wait to see the case that the state presents? I'd like to see that first before you demand that I have an opinion about this. Like, they don't care. Like you said, they don't care what happens at the trial because they already don't care about the facts. Like she said, she thought the text messages were on Discord, and they don't care about any of it. They think that the defense attorney is a fake. They probably think he's a clone. I don't know. Like, none of it's real. And so.
Real quick, I did want to tell the audience what we'll do here in about 4 minutes is we'll take 10 minutes before we live stream Erica's interview, and we'll answer some questions. I'm going to prioritize super chats. We will try to.
Yeah, that's a good comment. I think that's why her relatives aren't coming out like that, because she lived with the grandparents. based on what she's reporting, what's online. And she's had a cousin do an interview with a content creator, but cousin didn't really say anything outside of, well, this is how she is. She's always been this way, blah, blah, blah. Deep down, Candace is about as hood as it is. That's why I call her heifer. She understands that. You getting hit with charges for harassment at 17 years old, Candace. You done some dumb things in your life, I'm sure. She's not this nice girl that she puts out on this persona. I just believe in being authentic. Candace knows she's a heifer. But her relatives, more than likely, are probably benefiting from all this nonsense and buffoonery financially. She doesn't even talk about them like that. But she makes sure that they stay low key, right? She's not doxing them either. She's not putting them out there, but she's looking for Phil Lyman's mother. Or sending, her cult members after a cousin of Phil Lyman or a nephew. Because they wanted to retrace the steps of the shooter. While Candace still failed to go to UVU herself and do the same thing. But that's, her relatives aren't, it's like, if they do speak out, then people will be coming after them. I guess they feel people will come after them because they are her relatives. 1 and 2, any chance of them being financially benefited from this would definitely be cut off because she's vindictive like that. She wouldn't just say, you know what? These are my family. I'm still going to help financially do for them if they need it. But I just feel like, yeah, they're more than likely, they have to see that this is wrong. They have to see this girl is lying like hell and put a stop to it. Tyler Robinson's parents turned him in. Candace and her relatives, they won't even say anything. So that's a good point you made. Good comment. Shout out to you.
I get some of those other ones in there. I already see the super chats in there, folks. I will address those. Thank you. Some of those were very kind. Some of those not so much, but it's fine. We'll get to all of them. And yeah. So and then we'll do. We'll watch the interview and then we'll see where we're at. We may continue this discussion and then maybe we'll do some. I don't know. Maybe we'll be here till 2 a.m. I heard she was, carries down with anything. So no, I'm just joking. We won't keep you here that long.
I'd rather not go till 2 a.m. Let me just make that.
Me neither.
Please.
Me neither.
That's the joke my husband always does. He's a musician. He'll always be like, and thank you. I'll be back after a short break. We'll be here till 4 a.m. People are like, what?
She should be sued though.
What would you say to some of the folks out there? And look, I do not, number one, I don't have any sort of hatred or animus toward Candace. I think that Candace is completely redeemable. I think she is a powerful voice of this country.
I don't know. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. And I don't have to hate her at all. I don't even have to meet her. Candace is the one that's showing us who she really is. If someone shows you who they are, believe them. What she has shown is that she is willing to dox and to defame, to harass, to lie in every situation, from the Macrons to the High Court of Australia to now Charlie Kirk. She will go from situation to situation, lying and twisting things up. But when it comes to her calling out evil, calling out wrongdoing from people like Andrew Tate, she tries to defend him. That shows you the true character of that person. No one goes out of their way to defend someone if they've been hit with criminal charges for the type of charges he was hit with. Don't even speak about it, but don't try to defend it. Trying to defend it means that you're in support of this action. You're trying to justify it for what? What do you owe him? So this is how Candace is. She'll go out and try to defend people like an Andrew Tate, but she'll sit here and drag Erica Kirk in the mud because Erica Kirk doesn't want people to know where her husband is buried. Because idiots feel like they are somehow entitled to know where a dead body is buried. They don't have to pay Erica Kirk's bills either. Why do they care? Erica Kirk is getting death threats, kidnapping threats. But Candace Owens will defend someone like an Andrew Tate. This isn't about being, I was reading a comment on this, about someone being perfect and not perfect. That's irrelevant. That's a moot point. Moot. Any real true Christian understands no one is perfect. Problem is that you got cult members that are putting Candace Owens on the level of Jesus Christ. So I don't want to hear that crap. They're willing to blaspheme to defend her. Cult members are comparing her to God. So don't sit here and talk about no imperfection and none of this nonsense, moot point, blah, blah, blah nonsense you coming at me with. It's redundant. We hear this, we see this all the time. But to say she's the only one putting out the truth, when she can't define the word truth, and evidence is something that she doesn't even care about the concept of evidence. She doesn't care about the investigation. She said that herself. That's not a mistake. She literally said, I don't care about this investigation. And the investigation of Charlie Kirk's assassination, the one that's actually being presented to a court of law, to a jury that they're trying to put together. She doesn't care about that. So if she can't tell us who the shooter is, then what truth is she putting out? We don't care about nothing else other than who's the shooter. Shouldn't she be telling us who the killer is? The cult are even too scared and spineless of her to keep her on track, to say, why are you talking about these planes? You should be telling us who the killer is. None of this has anything to do with the killer. An hour of this live stream show you pre-recorded and pre-scripted, Candace, and you still did not get us any closer to the killer. Shame on you. That's what they should be saying to her. They won't do it. This is what they copied and pasted in everybody else's chat, though. And then they get mad when you call them a cult member. They know they're saying the same old thing over and over again. But they okay with her being put on the level of being God? Are you kidding me? Why they talk about Christ as king? God said, leave him out of your nonsense. Leave him out your cult. It's dumb. And it's dangerous to do that. Because God has a way of showing you who's God. Don't play with God. He is not for play. You can't talk about Christ as king, Candace, and then talk about seeing dead people in your vision. And the Bible speaks against that. Something she doesn't read either. That girl don't read a Bible. Candace Owens does not read a Bible. Because she would have read that scripture. You can't make this up.
She's made for social media. Look, she is. She's very compelling. She's good at what she does. I'm very disappointed in what she's doing. And I think that what she's doing is not only damaging to our country, it's damaging to the politics and principles that I believe in. I think, look, I started this whole journey because I was such a huge Charlie Kirk fan. I was deeply affected by his assassination. I couldn't believe that this could happen in the United States. And I do think that she is destroying his legacy. He created one of the most powerful conservative movements and a revival amongst our youth with conservatism. And she has shit all over that. And that's why that we need to stop this, call this out. The other thing too is, the other thing that I find contemptuous is she accuses all these people of these horrific things. And then she says, all you got to do, it's blackmail. I posted this on X today. It's blackmail. All you got to do is prove to me that you didn't do these things and I'll quit slandering you, is basically what she's saying. And like, everybody in this country should be like, stop. We condemn that. That is not what we do in the United States. That is not a principle on which this country is founded. You're innocent until proven guilty. And yeah, that is her freedom of speech. She has the freedom to do that until she gets sued. And then that's a whole nother thing. And I think that's common, by the way. But with that being said, we should be self-regulating our rights, right? Like, just because you have the Second Amendment rights, which I think we have, I truly believe that we have, I'm like, we should have no regulations on firearms. I don't think we should just be out shooting randomly, right? Like you need some self-regulation, and that's what we used to do. I used, I remember as a kid growing up in the 80s and 90s, like you'd accuse somebody of something, even the minor things. Like, do you have any proof of that? Don't be accusing people of that. So what would you say? I don't know, like what would you say to somebody that is kind of caught up in this? Maybe they don't self-realize this, and kind of help them self-identify with what's going on, I guess.
You and I probably differ on this. Out of all the cults that I've looked into, I do not want to have anything to do with the candy cultists. Generally, I find that I can talk to almost anyone. My husband laughs about that. Like, it doesn't matter, even if they hate my guts. I'm usually pretty. I can kind of talk to almost anyone. I can't talk to them. For me, I think it's because, like I said, they have a lot of the malice.
Yeah, no one can. Look at what George sent. He yelling in all caps and stuff, telling people to shut up, like that's going to happen. But your cult leader won't stop when she said that she would stop when Erica Kirk told her so. As a matter of fact, your cult leader said, if Erica Kirk told me to be quiet, shut up, or stop, I would. Now she's lying and fabricating what she said previously that can be debunked with her own videos. She went from shut up, be quiet, and stop to stop lying. And yet you come in my chat with this in all caps like a child. Don't use all caps at me. That's yelling. Why bots can't, configure the fact that all caps is yelling? Is it hard to understand? Hey, George, leave Britney alone. I know. Why y'all messing with Britney Spears? Britney Spears wants nothing to do with a Candace Owens. She probably sent her a cease and desist. Thank you so much, 2025. How you doing? She said if she would stop in her own videos, she's adding on with stop lying. Don't nobody care about what Candace Owens says after the fact. That's not how it works. You don't get to say, I'll stop if she tells me to stop. No, I meant I'll stop lying if she tells me to stop lying. Why? Changing up after the fact is evidence that you're lying and you're trying to get around it. It's not how that works. Not how that works. What is a Zionist? I don't even believe in being political. I don't belong to any sector. You can put yourself in your coat. Don't ever put me in a box. You're a Zionist. Just because I don't agree with her, I don't have to agree with her. I don't owe her anything. You can stay in your coat. Go tell your cult leader to tell us who the killer is. Tell us who the killer is. They say everything but. Did Candace Owens tell you all who the killer is yet? We're waiting. Y'all should be asking this of her. When are you going to tell us who the killer is? It's been 3 months. Can't make this stuff up. Tell us who the killer is. She hated Turning Point. She hated him since because he forced her to resign from TPUSA. Yeah, she was forced to resign talking about something with Hitler. More things she doesn't understand. Candace doesn't read about history. Your cult leader dropped out of college. And somehow they think she's the smartest person on earth. Can't make this stuff up. I know, right? They copy and paste the same old thing. I told y'all that. That's what they do. They come in, they copy and paste from the transcript from Candace videos. And they don't watch the other videos where she contradicts herself, because contradiction and hypocrisy are also synonyms of lying. Yeah, we covered the definition of lying in the previous video. You might want to look that up. Where's George at? Did you learn how to stop using all caps yet? Speaking of George, I think it's time for Candace's husband, Boy George, to try to stop her. She'll get mad at him, and George will ask, do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to hurt me? See, you're going to send him straight to the boys club. The Nerve Ensemble, shout out to you. You about to get George excited. He's going to go straight to the boys club for the whole weekend, and he's not coming home until Tuesday. like she said, George said I can't go to Phoenix. Yeah, that's so cult leader of you. You want to sit here and be the bully and everything else, Candace. But somehow, George telling you, no, you can't go to Phoenix. I'm going out with the boys. You got to be here with the kids. And all of a sudden, she can't stand up for herself. You can't make this stuff up. Why don't the cult go after George and say, why don't you let our cult leader go to Phoenix? We've been wanting her to face Erica Kirk and Turning Point for 3 months. And you tell her no to that? Why would you do that? They're not challenging him at all. They won't go after his Twitter and go harass him on Twitter. How dare you tell our cult leader she can't go to Phoenix and face Erica Kirk and ask questions? How dare you stop her from doing that? Because Candace Owens said George told her no instantly. I screenshotted it. And yet, the cult members and the bots didn't go after George. They did not go after Boys Club at all, aka Boy George. And say, how dare you sit here and tell her no? Who do you think you are? Because they're good for that, right? They're good for asking that same question to everyone else, but they won't ask George, who do you think you are telling her no? How dare you try to keep her in the house? You must be a Zionist. Why won't they call George a Zionist? I mean, you said no. Oh no, he dissented away from the cult. Oh no, he must be a Zionist. George is a Zionist. They won't call him that for telling her no, she can't go to Phoenix. I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. George Farmer, you are a Zionist for telling Candace she can't go to Phoenix. How dare you? There you go. That's how you grow a spine to the cult members. That's how you grow a spine to stand up to George. George is a Zionist. He should have let her go. You can't make this up. Tell your cult leader to tell us who the shooter is. That's her job. She was supposed to be doing that. You asking me questions like I owe you an answer. Go ask your cult leader who's the killer. You're supposed to be telling us this. She said she will tell you all that. She promised you all that she will find out who the killer is. Tell her to tell us who the killer is. It's been 3 months. Correspond and go ask her that. And then tell George he's a Zionist for not letting her go to Phoenix. Can't make this up. This is funny. Okay, let's get back
and
to
deceit that she has, and some of the woke leftists are like that. That's true. There's some of the woke leftists I won't talk to, but here's what I would say about them. This is a piece of scripture that I think they need to pay attention to, and this is from. It's funny because this bit of scripture, for a long time, I thought about this. Came to mind about the woke left cult, because the woke left cult, similar to Candace's cult, is mostly made up by women, the gullible women that are referenced in 2 Timothy. And so here's the portion of 2 Timothy that I think is applicable. But understand
politics. I don't do that.
I think that makes logical sense to me. And we could do a whole podcast. I think we need to go through all the facts again. We need to share, clear up. There's still a bunch of misunderstandings and confusion that I know where those sources come from. It's intentional. You're lucky we still think you were redeemable. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You and Jesus both.
1 second, I just have to let my dog out. He heard my husband.
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead. I'll hit these questions and we'll start streaming this interview. I think Candace has a good heart, but she's heard things from people that made her crazy. Also, her friend died, so she wants answers. But she's gone.
She should be. No, she's supposed to be getting those answers. Because she claims to be a journalist. I don't owe her any level of taking it easy on her. No, because she won't. She doesn't think that Erica Kirk should have to grieve the loss of her husband and be a CEO at the same time. So, Candace, facts don't care about your feelings. You're supposed to be researching and investigating or something that you're not licensed and certified to do. who the killer is. You're supposed to be answering those questions. Because we know you don't understand how journalism works. You're supposed to be out answering those questions. You're asking questions just like the rest of your cult. Why? Stop asking us. Ask her. She's supposed to be pulling up this information and telling us who the killer is. If it's not Tyler Robinson, who did it? That is what Candace is supposed to be answering. She's just trying to get answers from who? Candace doesn't trust the feds. She doesn't believe dinosaurs existed. She doesn't believe the moon landing is real. She doesn't trust any of the evidence that's been presented thus far. She doesn't care about the investigation. So who is she going to get these answers from? She doesn't trust anything that's being said from TPUSA. Who's supposed to be giving her these answers that she would accept? They're not going to tell her what she wants to hear because no one cares about how she feels. Once again. So if she doesn't trust any of the information that's coming out, here's where they're being hypocritical and they're not smart enough to really realize that. The Candace, Candy asses and the cult members and the bots, bots of bots. But the Candy ass cult members are those who are following her and worshiping the ground she walks on. Here's where they're not being competent enough to understand the hypocrisy of this. You want answers from people that you don't trust the answers, or you don't trust the people giving you answers. So why isn't she investigating this herself again and giving us answers? Why isn't she telling us who the shooter is based on evidence she's researched? There's nothing that anyone can tell Candace Owens that she would trust and accept. Nothing. So why is she seeking answers from people that she doesn't trust, trying to get information she will not accept? We've been here at this point before with the Macrons. She wanted an interview. She wanted yes and no answers to some questions. They gave her photos, birth announcement, documentation. She didn't accept any of that. Here we have Charlie Kirk's assassination. She doesn't trust the feds. She does not care about the investigation, meaning no evidence presented in that murder trial will be good enough for her. So why does she want answers from the very people she doesn't trust? Because we can do this dumb stuff all day with this whataboutism. These whataboutisms are getting crazy up in here. Let's get some comments in. Because they forget these whataboutisms don't work over here in the Lady Luck Club. It's common sense, right? If you don't trust the feds, you don't trust anyone, you don't believe dinosaurs walk the earth. Okay, so why don't you tell us who the killer is? Why are you expecting answers from people you don't trust? Help me out with that. How is she supposed to accept information from people she don't trust? She's going to say, oh, this isn't correct. This is bogus. I don't believe it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then why expect answers from them? Candace, I've literally just solved your little problem you've been having this whole time. You are expecting answers still. And you've already said nothing that's said and done, unless it fits your moot point, is going to be good enough. There's nothing that they could tell you that would be the truth. So why are you expecting answers from them? The definition of stupidity is to do the same thing over and over and over and over again, expecting a different result. Candace Owens is stuck on stupid. It's the cycle of stupidity. Candace, you heifer. You're stuck on stupid. It's an SOS moment here. We're having a full SOS. Candace Owens is stuck on stupid. The cycle of stupidity is not going to end. So let me break the chain. Candace, you don't trust anything that's said. You don't trust the feds. You don't care about the investigation. You don't trust anybody at Turning Point. You can't stand Erica Kirk. You're jealous. You're envious of her. And you damn sure don't care about the kids catching kidnapping threats. So why would you still ask for answers from these same people you don't trust anyway? Why aren't you telling us who the killer is? We're all ears. Tell us who the killer is. Why are your cult members asking us questions when they should be asking you questions? You're their cult leader. We're not responsible for telling them a damn thing because no one owes them that. This cycle of stupidity has to come to an end at some point. At some point, Candace, this SOS on steroids has to be cut. Perhaps, Candace, you should stop demanding and expecting answers when you don't trust it either way. And then you should start researching it yourself. It's called reading. It's fundamental. To the cult members, if you've never read anything in your life, perhaps you should start. I recommend the dictionary. That's a good starting point. Look up definitions of terms, legal concepts like evidence, DNA, science, truth, evidence. These are words that can be defined. Lying, hypocrisy, cult. You can look up definitions of terms and start from there. Candace is expecting answers from people she don't trust, she don't like, she hates. Everyone is treasonous. She's already said, I hate everybody. Oh, I got the screenshots. That's pretty much the end of this video here. I think they go through some comments and they talk about some other things, but that's all the information on the cult of personality that they give in this video. Let me show you all the screenshots because, this is stuff she said. We're all treasonous. I hate everyone. She's already said this. And she talks about hate. And here she is saying, I hate everyone. Because, this is how she does. This is a PR stunt for her. Let me invoke all of this anger and emotions from people. That's all she's doing. She said perception is 9/10 the law. Y'all remember that? It's possession, Candace. It's not perception. It's possession. Possession is 9/10 of the law, which is an archaic expression for a law that's not very relevant now in 2025. But she said perception, something that the cult members could have just Googled right quick and fact checked her and said, no, it's possession is 9/10 the law, not perception. That is false. Where did you get that from? Nope, they won't read that. She said, I hate everyone. We're all treasonous. Oh my God. She wants things to happen through the court of public opinion. You can't make this stuff up. She's American ignorant. She did say that. Which is why I don't understand why she wants anyone outside of her and her cult to give her answers. For what? No one owes you that. For what? It's so crazy. She said, I've dedicated myself to figuring out who murdered him. But she won't tell us who murdered him. She's not giving us information to show who murdered him. Not a plane. A plane is not a person, Candace. A plane is a plane. It's an object. Who murdered Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens? You're supposed to be telling us that. Oh, yeah, she took my saying of you're bad at this. I'm just looking at snippets here. Hold on, let me go back. I'm trying to pull this up so y'all can see it. Because this stuff she says, you can't make this stuff up. It is just god awful when you can't make this stuff up. All right, here we go. Here we go. So y'all can see she's already said she hates everybody. When she's talking about people hating me, why y'all hate Candace so much? Candace is the one saying that she hates everybody. No one said that. She said that. She said it right here. Because we're all treasonous. We are treasonous. I hate everyone. Candace said that. You see, here's your dear cult leader. To the candy ass cult members, here's your cult leader. Here's your Lord and Savior. She said she hates everyone. She said that in this video. You can look up that episode where she's wearing this weird ass ugly shirt. You can't make this up. Like one of them shirts that people wore in the 80s to indicate they were somebody's pimp. Why are the sleeves this wide and air? What are you wearing, girl? She said, I hate everyone. Those words came out of her mouth. The Lux is here. See, we recall this. This is called facts, Candace. This is how you get evidence, receipts, documentation. Candace said this. So asking us why we hate her is irrelevant. It's a moot point. Ask your cult leader, why does she hate everyone? Why is she accusing everyone? Who is we? We? Is it the cult? Are there Americans inside of Candace Owens' cult that are treasonous? If you're a member of the military and you support Candace Owens, shame on you. Because she said we are all treasonous. And your duty, first and foremost, is the Constitution of the United States of America. And to protect, to serve, and defend this country. You're going to allow somebody that has a cult online say that we're all treasonous with no evidence? That's a mighty high accusation to make. And it says she hates everyone. She doesn't even give a damn about her own cult members. She hates everyone. So asking us, why are you hating her? Why are you talking about her? She doesn't even care about you. I don't have to twist nothing up. I added nothing to this. I am reading the words that came out of her mouth in this episode. The cult members know which episode it is. They can go right to it. They probably can pull up the timestamp. They keep copying and pasting comments from it. She said, I hate everyone. This is her words, y'all. It's her words. They want us to give them answers for what? You say we're all treasonous. What the hell? First of all, let's be clear. Candace, when you say we, the rest of humanity understand you're only talking about you and your cult and your bots. We're not included in that. The rest of us are not included in that BS. Leave everyone else out of your nonsense. You can be treasonous. You can blame everyone else. But you're going to have some hardcore facts and evidence over here for the Lady Luck Club to make that type of accusation. To try to say somehow we in your mind are all treasonous. And you think you're referring to all of humanity? Is this all Americans or what? Is she saying every person on earth? We have the right to face our accuser. So here she is. Here's the accuser. Accusing everyone of being treasonous. Candace, we demand that evidence on you proving that we're all treasonous. Because for some reason you thought this term was okay to just frivolously just throw out there. Because she doesn't understand it. Candace doesn't understand what it means to be treasonous, by the way. She can't define it. Don't use words you can't understand, Candace. You can't define it, don't use it. The cycle of stupidity. This is stuck on stupidity on steroids. It's an SOS. Yeah, stuck on stupidity on steroids. Look at it. SOS. That's what this is. Right here. In plain sight. Why the candy asses hate my guts? I don't care. They get all that hate from their cult leader. I hate everyone. That's what she said. I hate everyone. She said it. So when they go around hating, this is where they're getting it from. They're feeding it right from their cult leader. It's just, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make this up. I get more couple supers in and I get some regular comments in. Melanie, did I get you in? Supposing she's a grifter that will go where the money. Yeah, I got that in. All right, shout out to you, honey. Thank you, 2025, for the £4.99 super. Great to be on a live with you guys. Canty Fufa has no power here. Do you hear that, George? George is a Zionist. He won't let Candace go to Phoenix on the 15th. Yo. They love calling everybody else Zionist. George, you're a Zionist. How dare you say no? You can't make this up. Oh man. She said no. Wait. Let me pull up the other ones. Y'all look at these. We went over this because we wanted to establish her character, right? She's got 2 degrees. Candace, show proof of your degrees. That's not something we don't have to show that. You can show us that. You can't make this up. Oh, the planes that didn't shoot anyone. The planes did not shoot Charlie Kirk. Candace, who shot Charlie Kirk? It's been 3 months. Yeah, more Egyptians. Forgetting perception is 9/10 of the law. False. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Oh my God. Didn't go through an official channel and send an email, and I should do it. Oh, so you're going to do it? Are the candy asses going to convince her to do it? Yeah, you can't make this stuff up. Candace to the public, right? In the court of public opinion. No. She was talking about the Macrons coming to her, facing her in the court of public opinion. Nope. They're showing us all how it's done. They're going to size you up in the court of law with scientific evidence, heifer. That's how it's done. Turn the Point USA, Erica Kirk. That's how it's done. Take her to the court of law. I said, 3 weeks ago, Erica Kirk should not respond without an attorney. If you respond, let it be through an attorney. Because we knew that this shit would never end. And her cult members were just waiting on that opening to show how much disdain they have for Erica Kirk. They never liked it. They was just waiting on Candace Owens to speak about it. She probably did in her book club, though. Candace Owens probably talked about Erica Kirk like a dog in her book club. I'm sure she did. I'm just going to make that assumption in theory. It's my theory. Oh, God. But she wanted the Macrons. Now, come meet me out here on the court of public opinion. Nope. They owe you nothing, girl. They said, no, you need to show up in the court of law. We'll see you at the hearing. Can't make this up. Did I report to the FBI? Of course I reported it to the FBI. Where's the FBI text message? What's the FBI report, Candace? You said they left you on red. You can't make this up. Something about counterterrorism unit. Words she doesn't understand. This is the stuff she said, people. You can't make this up. Oh, you're welcome, Sandy. Oh, backup. Somebody said backup demon. Can't even pronounce words, but you want validation of a degree. Oh, no. We got a Zionist in here, because when you disagree with someone, you're a Zionist. We got a Zionist up in here. Candace, don't show up in my chat under someone else's name. Come in as yourself. Come as you are. Can't make this up. S5 said, can't believe that helper said perception is 9/10 of the law. Yes, she did say that. Goodbye. Candace is like a savings account with her stupidity accrues. Oh, mister, that was good. Francisca says, sue her for every dime she has. Exactly. 2025. Yep, 2 fake degrees is day 2. I can only imagine her trial coverage making excuses for Tyler, because that's all she'll be doing, just like she made excuses for Andrew Tate. Deplorable stuff. The code is bigly mad. Let them be bigly mad. They bigly mad. They big mad. Candy rolled on 18 And 18 on charisma, 1 on intelligence. 2025 said that made me chuckle so much. It's a perfect lyrical matchup. She is stuck on stupidity on steroids. It's an SOSOS. That's what it is. No, her name is Brigitte, not Bridget. Come on, Lalo. I'm gonna let you do that again. Spell her name correctly and then come back with that comment. Come on now. You can't do this. You spelled the name wrong. 2025, yes, exactly. Had to keep that one. On the third day of Xmas, 3 molded walls. Oh, I'm gonna read the lyrics today. Y'all saw the post of the song? Did y'all see the post? I'm gonna read the lyrics. I thought it was hilarious. That's why I posted it up. On the 4th day of Christmas, 4 yeast infections. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? She's not a part of the FBI. She's a part of the CIA. Could that be why she's not being sued for using their logo? Just asking questions. Okay, Savage, listen here. See, we're just asking questions, Candace. Perhaps it is the CIA. You know, because she's using the likeness and image of their logo without consent. But maybe she does have consent because she works for them. Who knows? Maybe the CIA is clashing with the FBI a little bit because Candace Owens is a thing still. Candace, they forced you to resign from TPUSA in 2019 because you went international once again and said some things about a Hitler. Can't make this up. You didn't even have to do that. So this is she says dumb things and then gets mad when there's some sort of consequence for saying dumb things. There's certain things just they don't need to be said. Period. It's not necessary. Like saying we are all treasonous. No, we're not. You and the devil are a liar. You kidding me? No. I can't prove it's a fact. You can't prove it's not a fact. Exactly. That's a good one too. Candy's not good with spelling. Yeah, because they just copied and pasted. Thank you, S-Files. That's how you spell Brigitte. Is it Lalo? That's how you spell Brigitte. So, do spell check, buddy. If you're going to sit here and lie about someone being born something, you're trying to purport that as a fact in my chat, then at least spell the name correctly so we'll know exactly who you're talking about. You can't make this up. Oh man, see, I took lyrics to use AI to make a song. The video will be out this weekend. I'll tag you. Yes! Yay! We're getting a whole video. Make sure it says SOSOS. Stuck on stupidity on steroids. Oh man. I'm gonna have to write a poem on that. Did she go live last night or was she just on Jimmy Boore? She did not go live last night. Yeah, no. Is Jimmy who is Jimmy Boore? Is it Jimmy Dore? Jimmy Dore? I don't watch him either. I don't know who he is. Oh man. Y'all, let's get to some lyrics. We're gonna pull it up. I got the catty ass song right here. I got it. I sure do. I wish I had some music to go with this song. Because, oh man, it would just end this live so perfectly. But we're definitely going to read the lyrics here. I just thought it was so funny. This was sent to me from one of my supporters. Shout out to you. You can say who you are if you want. I don't want to put you out there like that. Because, the candy ass cult members, they can't take a joke at all. They just can't. Their cult leader is stuck on stupidity on steroids, and then they sit here and get mad when we point out the fact that she has not told us who the killer is yet. But when we sit here and come up with something fun to laugh at, they get bigly mad. Big mad. Big mad. Throwing tantrums and stuff. Y'all ready? We're going to go through some lyrics. It's about to get good. Shout out to Ami. I mean, if you're listening, please turn this into a song. Please sing this on your on your next video. On the first day of conspiracy, my cult leader cried to me. It is a fake letter that's from Israel's BB. Oh, on the second day of conspiracy, my cult leader sent to me 2 fake degrees and a fake letter from Israel's BB. I can't sing, y'all. On the third day of conspiracy, my cult leader sent to me 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's BB. On the 4th day of conspiracies, my cult leader sent to me 4 times to Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's BB. On the 5th, okay, I think on the 5th day is where you hold a note. Yeah. On the 5th day of conspiracies, my cult leader sent to me 5 golden planes, 4 times to Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's BB. Candace, you're such a clown. On the 6th day of conspiracies, my cult sent to me 6 sleuths of lying. Oh, this is epic. 6 sleuths of lying, 5 golden planes, 4 times to Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's BB. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. Okay. On the 7th day of conspiracies, my cult leader sent to me 7 Jew bees swarming. 7 Jew bees swarming. 6 sleuths of lying. 5 golden planes. 4 times to Dollywood. 3 French spies. 2 fake degrees. And a fake letter from Israel's BB. Oh boy, it's the bees for me. It's the bees. On the 8th day of conspiracies, my cult leader sent to me 8 grifters milking and 7 Jew bees swarming. You know, that milk does a body good, I guess, for them. Milk. 8 grifters milking, 7 Jew bees swarming, 6 sleuths lying, 5 golden planes, 4 times to Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's BB. On the 9th day of conspiracies, my cult leader sent to me 9 dummies, 8 grifters milking, 7 Jew bees swarming, 6 sleuths of lying, 5 golden planes, 4 times Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's BB. On the 10th day of conspiracies, my cult leader sent to me 10 Zutman piping. 10 Zutman piping, 9 dummies in college. I can't get through this without laughing. Yo, somebody got to do this in a song. It would be epic if you could sing it. 9 dummies income, 8 grifters milking, 7 Jew bees swarming, 6 sleuths of lying, 5 golden planes, 4 times to Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's BB. On the 11th day of conspiracies, my cult leader sent to me 11 dancing Israelis, 10 Zutman piping, 9 dummies income, 8 grifters milking, 7 Jew bees swarming, 6 sleuths of lying, 5 golden planes, 4 times to Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's BB. Okay, we're going to sing this last. Y'all ready? I'm gonna sing the 12th day. I had to take a sip. Hold on, let me drink something. Get the vocal cords warmed up. Me. Mimi, are y'all ready? On the 12th day of Candace, my cult leader sent to me 12 Zionist cell phones. 12 Zionist cell phones, 11 dancing Israelis, 10 Zutman piping, 9 dummies income, 8 grifters milking, 7 jubies swarming, 6 slews a lying, 5 golden planes, 4 times to Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's baby. And we sing, oh, man. Oh, my good Lord. Boy, them 12 Zionist cell phones never ever showed up again. George, did you have the phones? I think George got them phones. Is that why Candace doesn't want to go to Phoenix in case one of those phones ring? You can't make the sound. Would that be embarrassing if them phones start ringing during the show? She wouldn't even tell us what type of phones they were. Were they Samsung, iPhones? I mean, you know, what's the serial numbers on the phone? You can't make this up. What's the phone numbers? It's insane. Oh my God. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. This was fun. I tell you, this is brilliant. What's going on, Lily? How you doing? Good to see you. Hopefully I did the song some level of justice. I don't sing, y'all. Not like that. I'm not a singer. But this song is hilarious. 12 Zionist cell phones. You can't make that up. 4 yeast infections. Oh, we gotta add to it. 4 yeast infections. Can we extend this to like the 25 days of Christmas? Is that possible? Oh, y'all should go to the post in the comment section and then add in a day and then add on some. That could be like the 14th day. 14 yeast infections. Oh, 14 monostats. Oh, yes. 14 monostats, 13 yeast infections, 12 Zionist cell phones. You know what? I'm going to sing that. I'm going to sing it. Let me sing that. We can go up to day 14 here. Y'all ready? On the 14th day of Candace, my cult leader sent to me 14 monostats, 13 yeast infections, 12 Zionist cell phones, 11 dancing Israelis, 10 Zutman piping, 9 dummies income, 8 grifters milking, 7 jubies swarming, 6 sleuths lying, 5 golden planes, 4 times of Dollywood, 3 French spies, 2 fake degrees, and a fake letter from Israel's baby. There you go. Oh, that dumb coat hit my guts. Oh, yeah, we got a black molded apartment. Oh, man. Oh, Candace, you can kiss my ass, girl. But don't put your hand on it. We don't need that. Candace, I still need you to explain this photo. Candace, please explain this photo. we just trying to figure out. We understand you believe everything is fake and gay. We understand that. No one's trying to tell you not, you know. Candace, explain this photo. just speak on it. Tell us what were you thinking here. Notice you. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say she should kiss my ass. Candace might try to do that. Candace, if you willing to put your hand on somebody's butt like this, why are you pregnant? I don't put nothing past you, girl. You would think you would just have some respect for the baby in your belly. Like, mommy's not going to put her hand on another woman's tushy while you're in there, sweetheart. Don't worry. You can make this up. Yeah, this is a real photo. To the candy asses. Kick rocks. This photo is real. Look where her hand is. It's just right there. Right at. Why are you grabbing her butt? Why? Why? Y'all, this is so gross. The candy ass is not gonna speak on this. They just gonna be mad and pout. Okay. And she is definitely pregnant in this. Y'all, she is pregnant as hell. One eviction notice. Oh, I love it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, oh, y'all are awesome. Colleen said an eviction notice. We forgot about the black mold in the apartment. We got to come up with something dealing with Wilmington, Delaware. One big lawsuit, a French lawsuit. We got to come up with some of that. You can't make this up. Got to throw in something about the Club de Sant. And a French wine with a good meal. I mean, you can't say Candace. You up here, girl. Squatters' rights. Candace said, I'm a soft sit. Y'all didn't know I was Moorish American. That's why she's sitting here talking about possession. No, possession is 9/10 of the law. Candace, you're talking about stuff that existed back in the 1700s. I knew deep down she was a Moorish American. I knew it. You can imagine her going into court. Your Honor, I am not the person that is listed on this lawsuit. I am an entity. I am not the corporation. I am a woman. I am a natural woman, a whole woman. And I'm representing myself. Girl, please do that. Let that happen. Candace, you should go in there and declare yourself a soft citizen. Who them soft sits? Boy, they irritate me, but they do provide some good entertainment here and there. Here and there. Here and there. Candace, you can go in there and represent yourself. You do realize that, right? Outing your attorneys means nothing. Like, you can just go in and represent yourself. I'm a Moorish American, Your Honor. I do not abide or fall under the jurisdiction of the United States. Your Constitution means nothing to me. Oh, okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead and proceed. And if you don't want to be here, you can walk out. Default judgment, give it to the plaintiff. Oh, good Lord. Y'all, I'm telling y'all. Oh, man. This stucco stupidity on steroids with Candace is going to bite her in the ass. Literally. It won't be George, girl. It won't be George. He'll be at the boys' club. You can't make this up. I just had to get it out because, boy, the catty asses, boy, they are just the worst. They're so bad. Oh, my God. Make sure you guys go check out X-Files. Drop your YouTube channel link in the chat so that people can go check out your videos and your content over there. You're a mod. You can drop it in there. Go ahead. And y'all go support my mod over there. X-Files, thank you so much for supporting us here in the Lady Luck Club. Always drop your YouTube channel list. I say this to all the members, to mods. If you are a content creator, always drop your links, especially if you're a mod. Don't be shy. Drop your YouTube channel link. Foxy to Roxy also has a channel. She's a mod. Jay Witt podcast, of course, is a mod here. He has, a huge content YouTube channel. Yes, of course, I subscribed and follow him, and he and I have supported each other for months, reporting on a former mayor up in the state of Illinois. So, that's my brother in Christ, and that's what we're supposed to do in the community, is to help encourage, other content creators that speak truth to power, that show facts and evidence, and that know how to have a good laugh. Okay, this is, they're having some good fun here, and it's almost Christmas time, so let's expand on that song. It's gonna be epic. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you all. We've been at this for 4 hours and 30 minutes, and we have fun here in the Lady Luck Club. So there you go. There is S-Files channel. I'm gonna start. Make sure you guys go check out the S-Files channel. Go show us some love, subscribe, hit the like button. And as always, thank you all so much for tuning in to the LLC. Make sure you hit the like button here. I'm gonna make sure I'm not missing any. Oh, hold on, I got some more supers. The Nerve Ensemble, thank you so much for the $2.99 super. I appreciate it. Candace also tried to defend H. Weinstein. Weird. Exactly. Y'all see that yellow arrow is just lines up so perfectly with your comment. It's like, see here. That's what she does. See here and tries to defend the worst of the worst. George, aka Boys Club, you are a sinister looking man. Candace, you asked for it. Now we are going to look into your tax filings for your LLC. This is what you wanted. So you're getting it. We're going to have to show you how real journalism is done. You understand? So thank y'all so much. Y'all go check out that. Thank you for the $2.99 super. I appreciate it. Weinstein and Andrew Tate, good grief. You can't make this up. And there's S-Files channel. I'm very proud of all of those who are going out, creating content, instead of asking me how much YouTube pays, I guess. Hey, to the Candy Ass Cult members, y'all can start channels. No one's stopping you. Candace still has not shut up or got quiet, and I don't want her to. I want her to keep giving us evidence. Keep on with it, girl. Keep giving us evidence. And I mean, at the end of the day, she still has not told us who the killer is. We're waiting, Candace. In the meantime, we'll be adding on to that song. Thank y'all so much once again for tuning in. I'm going to be setting up a live stream for Nature Boy Carbonation. I want to get a couple episodes of that in just to break up the monotony, because Candace Owens is, that brain rot and recurring yeast infection. Sometimes it can get to you. It can get to you. So you got to break it up a little bit. So later on, we'll be checking out Nature Boy and Carbonation, at least 2 episodes from Hood Horrors, so you guys can see a real cult and what that really looks like when the cult leader actually starts a commune. Candace is like 2 steps from that. So, and then we'll be on tomorrow as well. Back at it again. So thank y'all so much. And you guys make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Share this content. Put it on X-Files. Or X. Is it X? Twitter X. Yeah. Put it on Twitter X. Post it up on Facebook. I don't have Facebook. Post it up. And let's keep the Lady Luck Club growing. And thank you all for the support. And I will support you all as well. And I appreciate every one of you. Until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.